important chief guests today to enlighten you further and give their perspective on the bank audit season now. So we have with us Mr. Srinivasa Rao, General Manager, Commercial Clients Group of the SBI here with us. So on behalf of SIRC, we welcome you, sir, and I request our Chairman and Secretary to kindly join with them to the dais. And we also have with us Mr. Dr. Abhishek. Please request you to join the dignitaries to the dais. I also request the Deputy General Manager of SBI Industrial Group, Mr. Narasimha Rao, to also join with the dignitaries, please. Sorry. Dear members, as our usual let us all stand up and join the ICAI motto song. Thank you. So to formally begin the session today, I kindly request our Chairman Subbarao Uppala sir to give his welcome address to the gathering.
Good morning. Today's chief guest, M. Srinivasa Rao, General Manager, State Bank of India, and my council colleagues, Secretary Pramod and Abhishek Murali, and Narasimha Rao, the Deputy General Manager, State Bank of India, and the learned speaker, Sri C.A. Chinnsamy Ganesan sir, senior members of the profession. A very good morning to all of you. I am extremely happy to participate today's seminar on bank branch audit. I thank C.A. Sipriya Kumar, Chairperson of AISB, and the other members of the committee for organizing the seminar. Actually, AISB has given the permission to have a one-day seminar. The learned resource persons would dwell at length the various topics bank branch audit. Besides, I would like to share my thoughts on the subject with our esteemed members. In one area, documentation. Documentation is the key area which plays a significant role in our performance. You will all agree when I say that it is imperative that any activity should be backed with reasoning and with record so that the work can be completed with ease, precision and perfection. The documentation, therefore, greatly helps in the presentation of concise audit report, necessary disclosures, as may warrant with reference to any shortcoming and risk management, if any. The well-stitched and structured the technical sessions today are the topics like audit in CBS environment, Iraq norms, and the documentation usage of AI by the other speakers, CA DC Jain and CA Yuvaraj. I hope the members will get enriched with today's conference. Thank you very much.
extend our warm welcome to our chief guest today, I kindly request our chairman to welcome the chief guest with a bouquet. And I would request our secretary Pramodji to join him and Abhishek ji to join him in inviting our chief guest. We also extend our warm welcome to Narasimha Rao sir, Deputy General Managers. I request Abhishek ji and Secretary to extend our welcome. Proceeding with our inaugural session. So I kindly request our chief guest, Mr. Srinivasa Rao, General Manager, SBI, to share his thoughts, please.
Respected Chairman, Southern India Regional Council of ICAI, respected Secretary, respected Mr. Abhishek, Council Member, my colleague Narasimha Rao, the distinguished participants of this August gathering. Good morning, all of you. It's a great privilege for me, and more than that, it's a matter of happiness to be with you this day, at least in the opening session. If you look at the role of chartered accountants in this country, you are the backbone of the financial system of this country. So it's a great privilege for me to be here. Now, if you come to ICAI, you see the kind of intensity in the curriculum, what they design, the standards of education in chartered accountancy, the kind of ethics what they maintain, they advocate to their members. It's marvelous. It's very good. I really appreciate ICAI and all the members for all your contributions to this country, to the financial system of this country. As the country is aiming to scale up its GDP, as you know, today's subject is, of course, bank audit. As you know, banks play a pivotal role in supporting the economy of the country. So as the economy grows up, it becomes 3 trillion, 4 trillion US dollars. And by Viksit Bharat 2020-47, the economy would have been somewhere around $30 trillion. So by then, what would be the stature of the banks? Unless banks contribute something like $36-37 trillion of funding to the industries, to the entrepreneurs, the economy may not grow that size. Now, when I talk about the numbers, I tell a story. This is what my numbers were. This is how it is going to be and all. But you as chartered accountant will be ensuring whether this story is true, whether it is transparent, whether it is reflecting the correct picture in the bank. If you look at the banking industry also in India, all the banks, the transparency levels, the commitment levels, whatever they show to maintain the credibility of the financial statements, whatever they publish, it is, I consider it is satisfactory. But of course, when you audit it, it becomes all the more acceptable to the public. Now, banking is nothing but trust. When depositors place deposits with banks, it is based on the trust. He believes that this bank is a very good bank, it's very transparent, this and that. Also, when banks, when they deal with the depositors' money, when they fund it to the borrowers, they believe that borrowers are sincere, truthful, they'll pay it back. There may be exceptions, but yet, ultimately, the stability of the financial system is very important. Now, that is where the role of the auditor comes in. Now, if you look at the banking industry, last 10 years, there has been a lot of improvement in the balance sheet strength, lot of improvement in the assets quality, lot of improvement in the capital adequacy. So many good things have happened. And your role is not small in that. So when you reach a level like this now, at this juncture, new challenges are coming up. Lot of technology. Today, banks are adopting technology to the highest level. Even artificial intelligence systems also they are deploying. You see all the banking is being done on the mobile. Lot of UPI transactions. Business real engines for even sanctioning the loans without the intervention of humans. Now, what is the architecture, process, technological process that is built behind these systems? Whether they are visible to the auditor? Yes, they have to be made visible to the auditor. But auditor also has to be equipped with the latest developments. So my earnest request to you is kindly have that updation of your understanding of the AI systems in the bank, the technology, what is being deployed in the bank, how the technology comes out, what is the structure behind that. So all this will help in presenting a acceptable, international acceptable, global standard, the kind of financial statements what under IRS and all what we publish, it will be acceptable across the globe. So this is my earnest request to you. And going forward, when the country tries to achieve its Viksit Bharat goals, you will play more and more responsible role. I wish you all the very best. And this today's session, of course, I wish the session to be successful, fruitful, and enriching for all the participants here. When you look at State Bank of India, of course, I just wanted to give an introduction also about the vertical, our commercial clients group vertical, because all my branches would be audited by you people only. We have, if you talk about Southern India, we have 16 commercial clients group branches. Whatever branches you see are all retail branches where they do deposit business, normal kind of lending, express credit, all kinds of P-segment loans, housing loans, they do that. But when it comes to higher ticket loans, say 50 crore and above, we deal with such kind of loans. So I'm heading the Tamil Nadu commercial client group vertical Tamil Nadu state for Tamil Nadu state. I have my counterpart in Hyderabad. Under him, both the Telugu states are there. I have another counterpart in Bangalore. He has got 6 branches, one in Ernakulam, also Kerala. So Kerala and Bangalore comes under his purview. Tamil Nadu being a industrially advanced state, here we have 5 branches here. Completely this state under my control for the high ticket loans. So we look forward to interacting with you constructively. Thank you very much for the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you, sir. I think with your words, our team of chartered accountants would be enlightened and will be able to perform their audit with enough tools and preparation. Thank you, sir. I request now our regional council member, Mr. Abhishek, to give his address. For a minute, please.
A very, very warm good morning to one and all present here. Firstly, our chairman of SIRC, CA Uppala Subbarao, who hails from Guntur, the young and dynamic secretary, my close friend, CA Pramod Hegde, our chief guest, Srinivas Rao sir, our guest of honor, Deputy General Manager sir, our speaker, CA Chinnsamy Ganesan sir, one of my big motivators, and all the other delegates who are joined here today. A bank audit season is always a very happy season. I think as chartered accountants, we always look forward to it. And it's fair to say it's a very important season and in our calendar. Normally return filing season, tax audit season, then bank audit season. This is the general calendar for 90% of CAs. These are the 3 most critical parts of the calendar. And the bank audit plays a very important role, even in terms of engagement or in terms of revenue, however you want to look at it. But I'll say the landscape of bank audits definitely has been evolving. The first thing I want to give clarity to many people, because a lot of CAs have been contacting me saying that some banks have reached out saying confirm whether you are going to take up the audit. As of today, RBI has still not sent the list to the banks. Existing auditors, certain banks are sending. Not all banks are sending. So if your bank did not send, don't get worried. They are not supposed to send, but some people are sending it in advance. Now the second thing, if there's any issues that you are facing with this empanelment or your forms, you can reach out to me or the chairman or any of us. We'll be more than happy to help out with this. The first thing I want to touch upon is the importance of our bank audit and why it's so important at this point of time. I'm sure all of you have been following the news, where the IDFC bank, you have been reading what is happening there. It's a very worrying scenario. It's a scenario which could happen at any other branches. We have seen it happen before in the Nirav Modi case, in the Punjab National Bank, other banks also, nationalized banks also, these issues are prevalent. So our audit role becomes more important, which means we cannot take last year LFAR of the previous auditor, my last year LFAR, compare the two and see how I can put it in the current LFAR. Our efforts have to be slightly more. Our responses should be more than yes, just yes or no. We have to write a little bit more detailed replies in the LFAR. It's an important step that we must all consider. And generally, what we have seen is that the banks, with all due respect to our SBI GM sir, is that if you are doing the audit, after 5 days you will get a call. Sir, how many more days to complete the audit? No, sir. How fast you can finish it? See, generally we all know if you want to do a quality audit, you have to take little bit extra effort. So even though there may be pressure from the banks, we all know the current LPG scenario, what is happening. There is a joke. The mother of the house calls everyone, says, tonight dinner is at 7. Dinner is available till the LPG cylinder lasts. After that, no more cooking. Like that, Our banks also put that pressure, but we must be able to buckle that pressure and go through it, because especially in times of economic slowdown, war, etc., instances of fraud by the clients, by the clients of the bank, the customers, all these, the chances are higher because they need credit, they don't have the funds, there's a liquidity crunch, so they try to go get loans from the banks, they may misrepresent facts, etc. This is the scenario that we are currently in. So our role as chartered accountants, as auditors, plays a very, very important role here. And we have with us excellent speakers. It's a wonderful program which has been organized by the chairman. I'm sure all of us can enjoy it and take the benefit of it. And please do reach out if you need any support, any help from our end. We'll be more than happy to do it. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish you a happy learning session today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll come to the vote of thanks of this inaugural session. I request Pramod, our Regional Council Member Secretary, to give us.
Dignitaries on the rise. Firstly, our Chief Guest, Srinivas Raoji, Narasimhaji, our Chairman, Subbarao sir, my colleague in the committee, Abhishek Murli. It's a proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks for this inaugural session. As sir said, banking is the pulse of our economy. And he rightly said that we are the trust partners and we have to upkeep that trust. And digitalization has played a very key role in significant transformation of this banking industry. And most of the activities today are performed by the CBS and the HO. And most of the time when you go to the branch, everything will be answered as, this is performed at HO. Sir might not like it, but of course, I just thought I'll just throw some light on this. Of course, what are our tools? There are quite a lot of digitalization which is happening at our area also. And sir was talking about the AI which has happened in the bank. Of course, sir, we are also embracing AI. And today's session is designed so that, they are accustomed to this AI and what are the various tools which they can perform. And critically speaking about the internal controls and MOCs as well. That's the reason I said sir might not like it. But of course, MOC plays a very crucial role, since sir has also signified that the trust we must place, and this is the Indian economy's backbone. And we've been, if you see this program is supposed to be a very big starting inaugural for the entire year. And this is the very first big program where we have audiences in large numbers. And the key takeaways of this program in the audit program is our IRAC norms, our asset classification, and the structure is also designed in such a way that we deliver the best of it. And whenever we are looking at this season, there's quite a lot of takeaway, and SIC has planned a continuous series of events where you can upskill yourself, and a series of program has been planned for the entire month to take away most. And as I said, please ensure that you have a look into the IFCs, internal control over financial reportings, and of course, MOCs. See, wherever it's required, wherever it's critical, please use them as a tool. And we know of late, the branch audits, which were, were large in numbers due to the internal reclassification and digitalization, which has come down a little. And most of them would be complaining that, we have not got the bank audits. So there's no reason for not getting, but it is more of, the classification, what their internal banking structure has done, where the advances has to meet the specified threshold for the bank audit. With this, I wouldn't take much of the time. I would like to thank all our speakers, Chinnsamy Ganesan sir, Yuvaraj sir, and DC Jain for taking their time today and gracing this occasion and ensuring that their knowledge is transferred to every one of us. We look forward for an enlightening session. Thank you one and all for this. Thank you for one and all for this.
Thank you so much, Pramod sir, for giving this word of thanks. It is my great privilege and honor to introduce the doyen of our profession. From the days of admiring him from a long distance as a student and being here relatively in a short distance, it takes great happiness to speak about him now. Chinnsamy Ganesan sir brings with him more than 36 years of experience in the area of auditing. He has handling Indian and multinational clients in almost all sectors. Sir started his practice as a chartered accountant in 1988 and was in personal practice till 2005. He then served as a director in audit with Lovelock and Lewis network firm of PwC for 6.5 years and served as audit partner of BSR & Co. LLP for 6 years. He is presently the managing partner of Ms. RKCG and Associates LLP, Chartered Accountants, formerly known as Mrs. Chinnsamy, Ganesan and Co. Sir has presented 1,450 plus papers at various seminars, workshops and conferences, both in India and overseas on these specialized subjects. He has assisted 80 plus companies and on Ind AS IFRS in India, transition and authored several books on financial reporting and Companies Act 2013. He has a honorary doctorate in International Financial Reporting Standards for his extensive contribution to Ind AS and IFRS by renowned foreign university. The prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award in Finance from Rotary International District 3233, recipient of the Jewel of India Award and Certificate of Excellence for his contribution in the field of financial services. Yeah. So I welcome Mr. Chinnsamy Ganesan sir on the dais to begin this wonderful session. Please. Yes, sir. I request Chairman sir to felicitate our honorable speaker and the dignitaries also to join our chairman. With this, the technical session is to be taken over by Chinnsamy sir. I request dignitaries to take this chair. So, yeah, thanks. Thank you so much.
At the outset, I would like to thank the chairman of SIRC for making this to happen. After a long time, I'm speaking on bank audit. Maybe he thought that not as a chartered accountant, but as a board member of one of a private bank, I should share the experience of what is the expectations of the bank in respect of bank branch audit. This topic is also a very interesting topic because the way in which they have captured advances audit master class. We normally say that we are learning and we are now going to master the art of doing an audit of advances, especially the credit risk and the early warning signals. When we say the credit risk relating to advances, if it is not being audited properly and if the auditors ignore the early warning signals, normally it results in the NPA being not properly identified or a diversion of funds in which the classification may be a fraud account, willful defaulter case as per the RBI circular, might have been totally not considered by oversight by the auditors. So whether this will be applicable to a branch auditor is the normal question which is coming to our mind, because we always believe that this type of bigger topic is not for the bank branch audit, as Abhishek was mentioning. Within 7 days when you wanted to complete the audit and there is a pressure to reduce that 7 days to 3 days or 4 days, where is the question of you looking at the credit risk and the early warning signals, etc. But as you aware that the expectations of the bank is not only dependent on the internal system or the internal audit team of the bank or the concurrent auditors of the bank or the statutory central auditors of the bank, but primarily it tries to get the comfort from the branch auditors. Nowadays, you might have seen that a lot of private banks have started having only one audit firm or two audit firm, and they don't have any branch audit concept at all. That means they believe that the CBS system which is available, all the documents can be validated at the central office, and for documentation validation purposes only a branch audit may be required. Your asset classification, your income recognition, follow compliance with the RBI circulars, everything will be controlled or maybe audited, and audit trial can also be observed from the CBS system at the central office level, and there is no need for the branch auditors to be there to support the central auditors. In fact, RBI has given the requirement that at least 15% of the total branches, even in case where only one or two auditors for a private bank, should also be followed. As a good practice in the bank in which I am there, we still go with the principles of Companies Act 2013 rather than just Banking Regulations Act. And accordingly, we wanted to continue the branch audit scope further. And I'm heading the audit committee. And in the audit committee, the question when we are having for appointment of auditors, the normal expectation from the audit committee as well as the board is how the quality is being maintained by the branch auditors is what is being looked at. As a private bank, the remuneration may not be very great, but in the profile, it gets added. And at the same time, it is in fact, some of the firms in which I have associated after we have empaneled them in our panel, I have seen that they are saying that it is an experience or it is a training which we are trying to give to our article students to do a bank audit in a bigger environment. That's the way in which they are looking at. And of course, the various compliance requirement which we are looking at, even in a private bank, is equally having the same rigor of doing a public sector bank. So the expectation from the banking side and from the regulator side is basically the branch auditors discharge their responsibility with professional skepticism, not only just ensuring the compliance and doing a tick box approach on audit procedure, but to actually add value to the entire process is what is expected. On that basis, we believe that the early warning signals, because RBI had set up a very specific circular where the early warning signals, how it has to be monitored by the bank internally, and that will be documented internally. So it is available for the auditors to look at, branch auditors to look at what is the early warning signals relating to a particular branch or particular zone or particular region or maybe at the central office level. So we can actually bring it to the next level of branch audit to the overall audit or even statutory central audit of a bigger bank. So accordingly, our concentration today is how we are doing the assessment of the credit risk and how we are going to take over the requirement relating to this. So what we are planning to cover today is one, what is the regulatory framework and what is the RBI framework relating to credit risk and the early warning signals which the auditor should be aware of. The second is what is the architecture relating to credit risk, what type of credit risk and classification of advances you are familiar with, because many of us are doing bank audits for years together and we are very well aware of IRAC norms. So I am not going to spend too much of time on IRAC norms, but the type of credit risk which will contribute to a situation of reclassification of an advance in a different perspective, we will look into that. Sir, there are few seats here. First. And again, what is the early warning signal framework or EWS and what is RBI's framework on EWS and how it will contribute to the better way in which we will do the audit within 3 days or 4 days or 5 days, whatever is at our disposal, how effectively we can do the audit. The Secretary of SIRC has also mentioned that nowadays doing an audit is not just doing an audit, but it is a smarter way of doing an audit or efficient way of doing an audit. That is what the way in which you can actually reduce your audit risk as well. So for that purpose, assessing the DEWS is also very important for us. And of course, what is the audit procedures and what are all the documentation which we will look at when we are looking at the EWS alerts, and what are all the case studies which we can actually try to build. Maybe some of the case studies, because I don't want to take smaller case studies, I took bigger case studies. If the case studies have been already discussed, nothing to worry, but my perspective will be only on EWS and where the audit failed, where the audit might have done better, and what is the key takeaway from that particular case study is what I am planning to do. So if you look at the regulatory framework in respect of advances audit, you know that the first pillar is your IRAC norms or RBI's master circular on IRAC norms. And of course, it's getting updated on a regular basis. Guidances are available. Institute has come out with the guidance note 2026 updated version is also now released in February 2026. With all those things available as a guidance, what type of audit expectations are there? The second is the RBI circular on willful defaulters and large defaulters. This is one area where continuously we have debates. Before an account has been reclassified as a willful defaulter, the board considers that in a serious manner, because there is a subcommittee which is normally every bank has to have to consider willful defaulters and fraud monitoring. In that committee, before you conclude a particular account as a willful defaulter, we do a lot of procedural aspects to ensure that even the last opportunity which the client or the borrower, after not making any payment for 3 years or 4 years, where the forensic audit also concluded that it's a fraud case or willful defaulter classification is possible because funds have been diverted from the purpose for which it has been given to other purposes. The opportunity is being given if the borrower is asked for a personal hearing or a written reply to be submitted. And sometimes we follow up with that particular situation also. Accordingly, after an account has been considered as a willful defaulter, the auditor's role is a learning from that particular classification. What went wrong in that particular account, whether similar trend has been observed as an early warning signal in any of the concurrent audit report or inspection report, or maybe some of the documentation which you are coming across or inspection report made by RBI, etc. That is also forming the second pillar for the purposes of your advances audit. And of course, there is a specific circular on early warning signals. They have set up a framework, and every bank has to have a special group to assess the early warning signal and present the early warning signals on a regular basis to the audit committee, and the audit committee has to summarize to the board of directors. So if there is a communication which has happened from the branch to the head office for inclusion in the agenda of the audit committee, we should always look at what type of communication or what type of framework or what type of reports being submitted by the branch to the head office for in respect of the early warning signals. Normally, we don't look at all these things. We normally take samples from the total advances, check for IRAC norms, etc. But your smart audit can be based on your assessment of the risk involved in respect of this assessment of the exact situation where something which is not appearing from the books of accounts, but as an internal report will give you a guidance to look at whether this particular account has to be significantly monitored account or likely to slip NPA, or it is an NPA but not classified by the branch. All this could be a scenario where you can look at by moving away from normal audit procedure but a smarter audit procedure. And of course, the guidance note of the institute, that's a very good documentation for every branch auditors for two reasons. One, it gives a lot of guidance how you will do the audit. It contains the complete gist of all the master circulars updated as of today. And the second one is, if you have done your work, you have documented in accordance with the guidance note, your work will be considered as standing properly for the regulator's perspective. If anybody is reviewing your audit quality, still you will find out that this is an important document to look at. So that is the reason why the guidance note always becoming very important. And nowadays, when we were without using the word AA, we cannot complete anything, even in a normal process. If you believe that going through the 250 pages or 600 pages of a document, preferably each chapter, now it's a PDF file, you can summarize and have an executive look and then give the guidance to your team members where you have to actually look into. Okay. And of course, the next session is how you will use the techniques to do your audit using automation or AA or whatever. So accordingly, you can wait for DC Jain, who is a master in that particular area, to explain to you. In fact, what is the specific mandate the bank or the regulator, RBI, is looking for as far as the branch auditors are concerned? If you look at that, one, we signed the bank audit report. Ultimately, that is what the bank branch is expecting you, including the LFAR report. And in LFAR report is, we normally have one concern with respect to the LFAR report. It is a tick box approach is normally being done, or yes or no is being the answer. We see that. But if you really look at LFAR, in fact, I can suggest you that your team can do an automation of reporting to LFAR based on the information you have gathered. And in that process, you can actually add value to the entire audit process as well as to the particular bank. Because you can have a lot of control related issues or process related issues or suspense account related issues. All these are reconciling items related issues. All these things can be part of your LFAR. If you believe that LFAR you don't have the time to complete it, do an automation. That's the best way in which you can actually do. Data is available. From the data, what has to be picked up, you can just give your prompt and it will do that. But be cautious. My friend will also say that every AI tool gives like conditions apply, a small letters. It also says it is an AI tool, it may make mistakes, and be careful on that. I have a very good experience on how the AI has actually worked out. One of my client wanted to do a deal, and during the deal, we have to identify, they were quoting some amount as a valuation done by them, but my client was feeling that the valuation seems to be very low. They wanted to know at what point in, what is the position at which they are standing, and based on which the negotiation can happen. So I have been forced, I am supposed to advise, but I have been forced to do the valuation because none of my team members were available on the day. Next day morning, previous day evening we were discussing, next day morning they wanted to know the ballpark number to start the negotiation. So naturally I was actually doing the valuation to do that. We have a template, how we will create, we have automated that, not AA, but actual work. When I have prepared this, I was trying to do that as quickly as possible. And in the process, I have seen that the template which we were having was for a manufacturing company. One of my audit assistant has shared to me when I asked him the template. He shared a manufacturing company, and what I am doing is for a services industry. So I have changed the pattern in which the balance sheet was appearing, the income and expenditure was appearing, and then done the valuation. But to my surprise, it brought me back to my BCom days and my CA intermediate days. The balance sheet was not tallying from the first year of projection to all the 5 years of projection. Interesting was the same amount of difference was continuing from the first year of projection to the 5th year of projection. I know pretty well I am doing a simple error because it's a tested template. So what I have done is I have again, without changing this, I have again put the numbers in my own template, balance sheet was tallying. When I am changing that, balance sheet is not tallying. Then I was wondering what is actually happening. So one bloody mistake which I have done was, I thought instead of I am checking independently, why can't I ask the AI to check that? I gave it to ChatGPT. ChatGPT has started engaging with me for 2.5 hours. And finally, I got frustrated and said, "You are helpless to me, so I'm not going to use it. I will manually do that." Then again, it very politely said, "I could understand your frustration. I'm sorry I'm not able to help you out, but I learned a lot from the 2.5 hours discussion. I have actually taught what I'm learned over 37 years of my practice." And then I went to Claude. Plus, Claude was expected to be very strong in Excel-based analysis. Claude has come out very quickly. Two mistakes I have identified. One is for 20 lakhs and another is for 216 lakhs. Put together is 236 lakhs, which was my total difference in the balance sheet. So I felt that Claude has identified very nicely, and I am trying to see what is the exact mistake it has given. 216 lakhs, it was talking about some provision for taxation. When I went into the logic, what I have done was perfectly correct. So definitely 216 lakhs may not be the mistake. And 20 lakhs, I was trying to find out, it was not giving exactly where that mistake is. I was repeatedly asking, it was going on giving a roundabout answer. Then I identified that it is also bluffing. So I started doing manual verification. Gone back to my 1983 article period, I started doing manual verification. But my wife gave me a coffee at that point in time. So when I was sipping the coffee, I felt that maybe one more try with another AI tool. I went to Gemini and put the same thing and said that this is my problem. Gemini came out with a very nice statement saying that, let me start with the basics. Let me check the arithmetical accuracy of your Excel sheets and then proceed further. It said, when I have seen your first column, which is the actual numbers of the previous year, and provisional figures for the current year because 10 months is over, in both the columns in the balance sheet, you are using at sum of all the values. But in the first year of projection and to the fifth year of projection, you are using plus of this cell, plus of that cell, plus of that cell. But in that formula, it seems that 3 row line items which you have not included, the sum total seems to be 236 lakhs. Then I realized I converted a manufacturing company into a services company, added some new line items, but not copied that formula. Within 1 second, it was over. Sometimes relying on AI is not the smart way. AI is actually trying to learn from your experience and updating this. As an auditor, no, you normally have your ego. I copied this and went to Claude and said, you have wasted my time. You have done so much of work. This is the basic thing which you might have started doing it. Politely, Claude said, I'm thankful to you that you have taught me the basics. Hereafter, I will start doing this. So what our ChatGPT says, I copied and pasted. ChatGPT also very politely said, I learned a lot from this 2.5 hours plus this additional input. I will also check hereafter any Excel added. Arithmetical accuracy should be the first thing. So sometimes when we are going to the basics of audit, your early warning signal is also a basics of your audit. That's what I believe. But smarter way of doing is use your automation tools which will help you in bringing it together. Right? When we were looking at the LFAR, it talks about asset quality, it talks about NPA identification, it talks about the adequacy of provision, it talks about internal control issues, it talks about reconciling items, etc. All these items can be picked up smartly from the report on early warning signals. Very, very easily you can pick it up. What you require is, previously they used to give you hard copy of inspection report, hard copy of concurrent report, hard copy of RBI report. Ask them to give it in PDF file. Ask your AI to do this exercise. It will pull out, but you must be smartly give the prompt. Don't allow the AI to start learning from you what is bank audit is all about, because it wanted to understand more and more and update its database. But we don't have the time because hardly 3 days within which we have to complete and sign off the audit. Okay. So now, what is the anatomy of a credit risk in respect of a public sector branch, a bank branch? The first thing which I am saying is appraisal risk. how an advance has been made and whether the project appraisal is adequate or inadequate, whether the projections given has been properly vetted or inflated projections. If there are any due diligence which is supposed to be done by a senior person, that is also not being done. So these are your credit risk at the advanced stage, which may at a later point of time lead to the account being a non-performing asset. And you are supposed to look at the documentation also as part of your LFIR requirement. So preconditions, post-conditions, everything. So look at how the credit has been appraised before it has been approved. Then concentration risk. Nowadays, this is one problem which even with a lot of automation, we are having a problem. Every time we are finding a new issue which is coming in, even in core banking system. And accordingly, your expectation towards this will be that bank should be able to tell me customer-wise total facilities given. Because if one account become NPA, all account has to be reclassified to NPA status. Even other accounts are performing well. So your customer concentration is one of the important point which we are supposed to look at. But many banks will fail to give you that particular report because of inherent issues in generating the particular report, or maybe off the record, intentionally they don't want to share the report. If it is the first one, you have to educate them. If it is the second one, you have to have your professional skepticism, smart way of extracting information from them and use it for the purposes of your audit. So the concentration risk is group wise. What is the concentration risk? In fact, when we were looking at the concentration risk, majority of the cases where the banks have failed or huge provisions has been necessitated, or they have come out with an understanding saying that we have misunderstood this and additional provision is now required. Crores of rupees are all happened because of the concentration risk is not being addressed properly. As far as the credit risk is concerned, this is one of the early warning signal. From where you can find out this is the appraisal note which they are giving. They have to specifically have two aspects. One, the proposal, what is being given for the purposes of putting it before the board or for the higher authorities. One expectation or one important requirement is the risk management committee of the bank should also vet this and give their comments. RMD, Risk Management Department, or RMC, Risk Management Committee, has to vet and give their views on what is the risk associated with this particular item, including the concentration risk. They will talk about that. And it will also have a comment from the internal audit team, IID, that these are all the issues which we have identified when we vetted the entire proposal. So these two items normally will not be available to you, but when you are actually asking for the note put up for giving that, giving the proposal for the head office to approve, you can find out this. From where you can get this information at the branch level. Normally they will say, sir, why should you require this? It is all internal documentation. But internal documentation will normally very elaborate, very categorically say what are all the issues which they have and what is the assessment they have said that, okay, with this risk also still we can go and give the loan. On what basis they are saying, everything will be documented. For a simple reason, this credit risk, if it is not properly assessed, the manager involved will have accountability, staff accountability as per the internal guidance as well as by RBI guidance. He has a staff accountability. To ensure that he is not getting into that problem, he documents it properly. Like an auditor, where we are having the audit trial of whatever validation we have done, they are also supposed to have this internal documentation to have this assessment. Keeping that in view, you ask for the internal documentation and that will be helpful. Okay, at the branch level, whether it is really important for me to look at, you do a sample validation of bigger accounts. You may have a sample validation of what is the SMA account, what could be likely to slip NPA based on the inspection report, concurrent audit report, or RBI report. All these things you may gone through. You might have seen some 10-15 accounts likely to slip NPA. Now, present status, when you see, it is within the limit, but there could be associated risk which is not highlighted. In those cases where you wanted to verify according to your professional experience and skepticism, the samples which you have selected, you can ask for the documentation. Not for everything, but for few, because you have to do an efficient way of completing the audit also in time and also within the cost which you have budgeted for doing that particular audit. At the same time, your audit risk has been reduced to the possible acceptably low level. So that is also important. Diversion of funds, it's a big issue which every bank is trying to look at, and that a diversion of funds knowingly is also allowed in certain cases. Knowing the customer's background, they believe that the customer is having a temporary issue, we can approve that. It may be within the discretionary power of the manager or maybe approved by even at the board level also to have this type of transaction. But a diversion of funds as per RBI circular is a very serious issue. And if you find a diversion of funds in an NPA account, straight away that account is considered as a fraud account. And of course, it will also be classified as a willful defaulter account. So you also ask them, is there any cases where you are debating whether this account should be reported as a fraud case or as a willful defaulter case? Maybe the account is doing well, but there are issues which you have highlighted to the head office. Ask for that type of report which is sent to them. That report will give you an idea whether this asset to be treated as a fraud case, because in fraud related risk, as a branch auditor, you are supposed to look at, as per the new NFRA guidance, even though the fraud has been already reported, if it is more than 1 crore of rupees, again you have to get the confirmation from the board, or in the bank branch audit, you escalate to the statutory central auditor. Statutory central auditor in turn will actually ask for this report under section 143 subsection 12 of the Companies Act. So we have to be little cautious on the fraud risk. Even if it is already identified and reported to RBI, still we have a responsibility according to NFRA's new circular. In fact, in a very recent audit committee meeting, the statutory auditors have come across and they said that we wanted to report it. Everybody were bouncing on the auditor, saying that we have already identified, we have already reported to RBI, we have already made 100% provision. Why you are still racking up as trying to give the report to the central government as an additional measure? Then fortunately, I was the only chartered accountant sitting in the board, and then I have took a small session on what is the new circular and what is the expectation of the auditors and how we will respond to the note which the auditors have given. And the auditors started doing it. Interestingly, this is the first year in which they started doing it, our first report. But we believe that if the bank is reasonably large, every quarter the auditor will be making this report. So we have to contribute towards that particular angle as well, also in respect of diversion of funds, etc. And operational deterioration, the classic case of credit summation is not proper. There are no transactions which is getting credited, but debits alone is there. Your account is always at the brim of the drawing limit, and the repeated overdrafts are being asked. Ad hoc limits are being sanctioned on a regular basis. It is being regularized subsequently, etc. Could also be some of the credit risk associated with a particular account or the early warning signals it will give to you. On that basis, you should think about how this account has to be reviewed by you during the course of your audit and how you can complete your work on clearing this account. No further worry on this account. Okay, I can conclude this as a reasonably good account where the provision is adequate. NPA classification, I'm not going to discuss further because I have seen day before yesterday, IRAC norms, there was a specific session, so I don't want to repeat that. And all of you are well aware of the various requirement of your substandard, your D1, D2, D3 losses, etc. So I'm not getting into that particular aspect because this is a part of your regular role, whereas I'm talking about the early warning signals and credit risk associated with advances. Again, RBI, when it is talking about early warning signals, a learning for us because we never might have thought about looking at this. But what RBI is saying is that June 2019, there was a circular. That circular has mandated all scheduled commercial banks to put in place a robust EWS framework. So for the branch audit also, it is applicable. It is not optional. That is very important. So they said, sir, this is all actually done at the head office level, sir. We don't do anything at the branch. Usual answer you will get at the bank branch level. But RBI circular says it is not optional at the branch. It is mandatory and it is a professional obligation. Naturally, we also have a professional obligation under our guidance note that we should look into the early warning signals relating to the credit and advances area. Now, what are all the minimum requirement which RBI is looking for the EWS framework should have addressed? Financial EWS, that means some examples which we can talk about: declining turnover, falling DSCR in case of term loans, rising leverage between debt equity, and delays in financial statement submission, stock statement submission, frequent requests for ad hoc limits. So frequent requests for ad hoc limits, you might have learned from some of the corporate frauds also, where they have huge fixed deposits in the balance sheet, but still for every month to pay their salary, they have gone for a very small temporary loan of 500 crore. So later on, it is found out that the FDs are only in paper and it's actually not in existence. So when we were looking at this, frequently somebody is asking for ad hoc limits. What is the need? Whether this account is to be seriously monitored, so significant monitoring account, or otherwise, or how they have considered this account as an SME or not. That is also a thing which we have to look at. Banking behavior EWS is another thing which the guidance talks about. Frequent return of checks. In one case, we have actually found out that return of checks is not only what checks I have issued, but even customers who have issued checks has been bouncing. So when we were talking about, they are saying, no, sir, we are not having any problem because we never had a case of we issuing a check and it is bounced, but customers having a difficult time and because of that checks are bouncing. But if it is a frequent bouncing of checks by the customers, there could be two reasons. One, the customer account is not realizable, or the customer account is completely having a cash crisis. And to that extent, how the borrower will be able to sustain or able to manage its cash flow for the purposes of ensuring that the bank finance is being properly utilized, working capital management is proper. That is the next worry which we will have. So that is an important aspect. Low average balance, multiple loan applications to other banks. This is one area where we have an issue. RBI gives the permission for having multiple banking facility. Unless you are coming for a consortium, you will not be able to identify whether the company is actually having any multiple loan facility with other banks. What we are supposed to look at. One good document which is now available is you can actually go and check the CIBIL score. In the CIBIL score, you can actually identify what are all the loans which they are having, what is the EMI in case if it is a term loan, etc. And whether there is any not meeting the timeline, due dates, etc., is also possible. But again, CIBIL score, I must share with you. Without you knowing, somebody might have used your PAN number, CIBIL score might be appearing. In fact, as part of our process, where we have some banking customer stakeholders complaint, we come across certain complaints where they are saying, I never took any loan from your bank, but your bank is showing that I have defaulted in this, which affects my CIBIL score. When we have identified it was wrongly included, maybe somebody has misused this, and based on all the documentation, we have eliminated and we have satisfied the customer's account. Interestingly, I just wanted to check my own portfolio. What is my CIBIL score? I never ever entered Canara Bank even for doing an audit of a bank branch. But Canara Bank is saying that I have defaulted in repayment of my term loans 4 times. And because of that, my CIBIL score has actually reduced. Then now I'm making a complaint to Canara Bank to eliminate that particular process. So in fact, it is like when we, before introduction of UDIN, you actually have your seal being utilized by somebody else and certificates has been issued. Now everybody has to also go and check your personal CIBIL score to check nothing else is added, or nobody is actually doing something on your behalf. So this is one aspect. Over-royal request coming on a regular basis. Discretionary powers has been utilized by the bank branch manager on a regular basis. It is being regularized in the next month. Again, at the end of the month, again a discretionary over-royal has been permitted. These are all the areas where you can actually look at. And operational EWS is basically how the industry is operating or borrower is operating. If you have any information, and you can actually look at that. External and market related EWS. So very simple example which we have seen in the morning is your gas cylinders is not available, and accordingly restaurants and hospitals are, restaurant and hotels are going to reduce the menu, or at some point in time going to stop the operations because commercial cylinders are not being supplied. So now if one of my borrower is a chain of hotels, let me assume, and they have a huge amount of exposure, the first worry which I have to have is also this. So the EWS is looking not only internal but also external factors, and these are all the things in which we are supposed to look at. And at the bank, RBI expects this, we analyze this as part of the requirement. So as an auditor, you can actually look into that. So PNB is a classical example of how the EWS is not even being checked, how the internal control process is not being properly monitored, where somebody could do certain activity outside the CBS and not recording anything into the CBS. In fact, in one of the audit committee, one discussion came was, they have created one request in the CBS for giving a guarantee. Actually, it has created another duplicate entry. But the system control has stopped the second entry. First entry was permitted, second entry was stopped. And when the department was presenting to the audit committee and the board, they are categorically trying to say, nothing to worry because system has controlled this. And another next audit committee, we had found out a similar issue. That is also system has prevented. So you know that as an auditor, we always have our skepticism or the antenna on. First time when it has happened, maybe an error. Second time when it is happening, you have a question on whether it's a trend. If it is a trend, naturally you will deep dive into that. So when a transaction is being processed manually, manual error is possible. When the transaction is being processed through system, if one error comes itself is a problem. It cannot be something unusual. you have to, it has to be considered as unusual, and you have to look at what is the reason behind that. Root cause analysis is what we call. When this issue came in the second time, the first question raised by me is, sir, similar thing has been reported in the previous audit committee. Again, the same issue is coming. The department wanted to protect themselves. No, they have immediately responded saying that, sir, in last issue, that was because of a different problem. And this time, the reason is for a different, because of a different issue. Then we lost our cool. All the audit committee members and the board has lost our cool, and that said, when you say two different issues are arising in respect of duplicate entry being automatically created by the system, just because our controls are very strong, it is automatically prevented, but we have to look at with the CBS vendor why this is happening, and it has to be taken as an action taken report, reported to the audit committee in the next audit committee, is what we have concluded in the very recently concluded audit committee, and we are going to look at that in the next week, where we are going to have the next audit committee. So when I am saying that the fundamental principles of CBS and what is something which is happening manually, if it is not properly recorded, tested, etc., it's a problem. But of course, after we have been once bitten, we will be always careful. We are always reactive. The moment PNB has this issue, RBI has issued a circular to look at whatever LOU or other things which you have done outside the CBS, whether it has been properly reviewed or not. But in this case, when we were looking at, there are many early warning signals which has been completely ignored. The first thing is concurrent auditors never verified manual entries outside CBS. Bank branch auditor never verified outside CBS. It is not having the basic maker-checker rule. That means who has generated this LOU, it is not even verified by somebody else. He himself has signed and it was used for fictitious transaction. And more interesting is the basic principles of staff rotation was not done in that case for more than 7 years. The same person was operating the same transaction for 7 years. These are all the fundamental issues. So gives an early warning signal. This particular branch, one person is sitting in the same level, he is not moving out, is also an alert which is happening. Maybe as a general discussion, when you are going to the bank branch audit, have a discussion on what is the staff rotation policy, how they have been rotated out, etc. You also check that. Sometimes you may found out that very, very alarming situation is happening on a credit, one particular portfolio, somebody was continuing there as such. Don't think that I'm sharing everything from the bank in which I am the independent director, but I'm also getting a lot of queries from other auditors and CFOs, where I normally give them on accounting aspects and company law aspects a lot of guidance. So that all these things are being taken. So as Don Brown says that whatever is written in Da Vinci Code is all based on factual information, not fictional. Whatever examples I am giving is also actually happened, a live example, but the name is withheld for confidentiality reasons. So this is one classic case of what went wrong and what we are supposed to look at. The second is reading the number before the default. That is what? Early warning signal. Default occurred, after that you are doing, it's a postmortem job. So everybody can say that this is the reason it has happened, this is what it's failed, everybody can say. But before that particular default occurs, what you have done as an auditor is very important. A lot of examples or a lot of early warning signals could be available from the financial statement itself. You can identify a particular account. For example, whatever we have discussed is again summarized from the framework in the guidance note. Your debt service coverage ratio, your frequent withdrawal, frequent ad hoc limits being sanctioned, current ratio is not proper, liquidity ratio is not proper, delay in submission of stock statement. Here I stop for a moment. In delay in submission of stock statement, we normally look into as part of our audit, because for CC limit, whether it is considered to be irregular and whether it has to be reclassified, what is the drawing power, etc. For that purpose, we look into the stock statement. Please also look whether stock audit is mandatory for that particular account. If so, ask for the stock audit report. In majority of the cases, in fact, one peculiar case, one of my friend who is there in the board of another private sector bank, he called me and said, have you come across any such issue where one of the concurrent stock auditor was called and said the independent director, we are not allowed to enter into the godown without the relationship manager of the bank accompanying us. So you have an independent role to do your stock audit, but unless the relationship manager comes along with you, the client is not allowing you to enter it. That was one complaint. So it is a version which we heard from the stock auditor. We wanted to check from the other side. I told them, escalate to your committee and identify whether this, what is their version with respect to the accounts which he is pointing out. But the problem which I saw from that particular auditor's observation, I just asked a simple question. You ask him this question, whether he has signed the stock audit report with qualification or without qualification. Unfortunately, my friends, he has signed without any qualification. And what is the question of you raising a concern? So when you have not carried out any activity because your scope has been limited, naturally you are supposed to look at the specifics of what is my tool to communicate to the external world. Unfortunately, that auditor who was saying that we were doing stock audit for more than 25 years has no answer to my friend, saying that, sir, if you are issuing a qualified report, we will not be able to continue in the panel. So you have to decide between your reputational risk versus your revenue, which is important. So that is the way in which you have to look at. So if I'm in his position, I might have told him that, sorry sir, I will qualify my audit report. If I am not able to issue a qualified audit opinion as per the standards on auditing, I will resign from this assignment. Maybe I will lose this particular bank's audit, but it will not reflect in another audit. Or my time is freed for doing a better services to a better client who pays me a better fees. That's the way in which I look my entire profession, and I have seen that is actually working out properly also. What the accounts can actually tell you as early warning signals when you are looking at the credit risk. Routing of funds to other banks, the moment a loan has been sanctioned, how the funds are being moved from that account to another account when you are trying to see. And a test check basis. At the branch level, you can only do a test check. Wherever you have some doubts, major account, take a sample, check that. If you are lucky enough, your sampling technique gives you only the correct accounts and you don't have a problem. If you are not lucky enough, you may end up with having one problematic account and your entire time will be following that particular account till the central office is putting the pressure on you not to report on this, including the MOC not to be passed on this. So let the sampling technique gives you the right kind of samples, and also your documentation is properly taken care. And return of checks, we have already seen the ECS mandates nowadays because it's digital payments. You can also look at that very well. And declining credits, which is happening in the account, so credit summation, etc. All these things, actually, you can think about doing a small automation also. You can download the statement, use your Excel in a very detailed manner, and then trying to find out the accounts are always at the prim level. So that is also something which we have to look at. And another interesting factor, I have seen that I'm not good at that, but majority of my friends are very strong in indirect tax practice. So accordingly, they know pretty well GSTR 1 and GSTR 3, 3B or 3. So they know very well what is the total sales which I have to consider as correct sales. Whether that is reflecting in the account, a simple reconciliation between these two can actually help you out in checking whether there is any early warning signals in the way in which the accounts being operated. In fact, where there is any significant mismatch, you are supposed to report in your LFAR as well. So that is another thing which you have to look at. Guidance note is also specifically giving guidance on how you have to look at on GST related documents, because it's completely external documentation. And that documentation with the actual accounts, you can find out. In fact, the banks are having this as an automated tool to test on their own. The internal audit department automate this and doing the validation, and the risk management department also doing the assessment, and of course credit or advances department is also doing this automated tool before it is actually putting a proposal for renewal, etc. They are actually looking into that. So that is very important for us also to look at. So what you can actually do is your S Bank as a case study when you are talking about. One is your governance related collapse, so we will not worry too much on that. NPA recognition, the audit quality report categorically said that how the auditor has applied principles ignoring the early warning signals for identification of asset as an NPA or loss asset, or NPA when it is identified, whether it has to be directly classified to doubtful, etc. They have not done a proper audit procedure, is what the AQR report has actually mentioned. That it's for a bigger audit firm, but still we learn from what somebody has made a mistake. We can learn and update our knowledge on that particular aspect. Again, the concentration risk, which was mentioned as one of the early warning signals by the RBI framework, again the same problem has come here. And it is also having a problem with the deposit monitoring is not being done. So it is not relating to credit, so I am not looking at the liability side. I am only looking at the asset side of the bank. So Yes Bank is also a good example for you to understand that. Of course, UCO Bank, it's a positive side. So they have acted upon the early warning signals. Because of that, the impact on the financial statement was very good. In fact, the contributory towards that is the auditor, branch auditor. LFAR, he has created red flag. On the red flag, UCO Bank specifically acted upon, and they have identified that SMA classification is not being properly carried out. They have strengthened the system and they have actually started monitoring those accounts properly, avoided a very huge account being classified into NPA. So we can positively contribute also. Questioning them is an embarrassing position for them or disturbing position for them, but we can also add value in the process. That is what happened in UCO Bank case. So when we were doing your step-by-step audit of advances, you obtain the reports, you verify the classification, you test large accounts where you apply your early warning signals on that pace. And then your reconciliation and review the restructuring in case if the account gone for a restructuring. What is the work which you are supposed to look at is also an important aspect which you are supposed to look at. Evergreen accounts, it requires a critical skill according to me, but we possess that skill. I never believe that if somebody is saying that auditor could not find out an evergreen account, it is very easy to find out. Even the bank branch manager will be biased in not identifying it, but the auditor, being an external person, can very clearly find out. So new loans has been given for closing the old loans or old EMI. Critical amounts are being deposited close to the year end. If you look at that number, it might be coming from another loan which has been sanctioned by the bank itself. It's the evergreening. RBI says that you cannot fund to have your NPA account regularized. So restructuring without a genuine stress test. So branch level, you may not have so much of restructuring account, but if you have you have been allotted a large branch or corporate finance branch, you will have a lot of restructuring accounts. In that, stress test is very important to be done, and how that stress test has been done, documented, and based on which the restructuring has done, you have to look at that specifically. Group accounts, this is where I am saying intentionally information is withheld, right? And in that case, how the associate entities, the round tripping of the funds from one account to another account to one account, all those things can also be checked. But we used to do that on a regular basis. Ad hoc limits comes again and again because that's the way in which it is being done. Security validation is another important aspect as far as the credit risk is concerned, because if you conclude that you have the security, the provision will be lower. If you conclude that there is a deterioration of the security, maybe less than 50%, then you are supposed to classify that as a loss asset according to the requirement of the RBI IRAC circular. So, how they are actually doing the security valuation? And there are guidances which is actually being done. Once in 3 years, it has to be validated for accounts which are bigger accounts, and stock audit report which we have talked about for CC limits more than 5 crore rupees, and ownership title verification. One thing which we are still uncomfortable in every bank is the ownership title verification is a big challenge. We have empaneled lawyers, and very seriously it is being reviewed by the credit department. RMC, risk management department, also verifying. IAD is also verifying. But if you see, they will spot the risk relating to that charge creation or modification of charge is always pending. The reason is some of the documents is not very clearly stating what is the risk. So generally, the way in which people are assessing, they test the integrity of the borrower. If the borrower's integrity is known to the branch manager of the branch, like nowadays we are talking about manufacturing industry or a trading industry where there is a pressure of sales on a regular basis. There is a pressure of performance at the branch manager's level also. Advances to be increased so much, deposit has to be increased so much. So in that process, they will also lenient in taking certain views, may not be communicating properly, and accordingly you have to look at cases where the modification of charge or the charge created with the registrars on the properties have been properly done, and how many cases are pending, because concurrent audit report normally has this and the inspection report also has this. Look at that, and those accounts, if it is significant accounts, pick up and validate whether that account is really to be tested differently for you. So that is another thing which you can look at. Agricultural and priority sector advances, there are unique considerations for EWS for a simple reason. Whenever you are talking about an agricultural loan, they will say crop season. You will never understand what is a crop season. Even today, I never understood what is a crop season. And they will saying that, sir, RBI norm is different for this. It is not 90 days norms. It is a one crop season. And then you have to find out what is irregular, etc. And how the crop season is actually identified is a problem. But we have also seen cases where during the course of our audit, what was actually an agricultural advance versus a non-agricultural advance is also classified as an agricultural advance. For example, a trader of agricultural industries machinery, they have classified as agricultural sector. Whereas it is not directly associated with any agricultural activity. So he is selling a machinery. He is associating with that. That type of very specific classification you have to look at on agricultural sector, and your priority sector advances, you know pretty well. In some of the priority sector advances, I still remember that one very big public sector bank where we went to a small branch. Majority of them are agricultural advances. We started checking one account and we had a problem with another account similarity, third account also similarity. Finally, at the time, we were not having all these computerized techniques, or manual books are being maintained at the branch. So 7 volumes of the similar loans has been given to my assistant to note down the name of the account, what is the amount outstanding, and classify that to NPA. Because the same trend continued for the everything, for a view taken by the branch manager is not in accordance with the RBI rules. So we have to be very careful with respect to the prior sector. Real estate sector, banks are also seeing that it's coming as a risky proposition, and still for us also we have to be little cautious when we are validating the borrower's account relating to real estate. And of course, in respect of jewelry manufacturer also you have to be little cautious, because in these cases the primary security cannot be checked even by the stock auditor. If they don't have the capability of validating it properly, it will be difficult to do that. So accordingly, be cautious on that areas as well. LFAR, we have a lot of things which has to be reported relating to early warning signals. That is a requirement. Fraud indicators, when we look at the early warning signal, you can find out at the branch level multiple loans against the same property. We have checked, and we have seen cases where the ITRs have been fabricated ITRs, and it is used by this. In fact, when we did an audit of an NBFC in one particular region, 400 accounts have been added on one single day, and all these accounts, the KYC norms, we had a small doubt. When it is validated, we have found out that all the KYC are fake. We asked how you have done this, how you have validated the correctness of the KYC. We found out that the manager was under pressure to perform, and he aligned with a Xerox operator who could provide him lot of inputs on the Aadhaar cards and PAN cards and other voter ID. For a fintech in microfinance, they can actually go with the voter ID as the basis. So CIBIL score is very important for getting that loan to be approved at the head office level, or otherwise the system itself will reject the loan. They have developed an application. This is a smartness of people. They have developed an application that Xerox machine shop has developed an application. That application will make a small analysis and find out what is the name of the borrower who is given the application and what is his father's name, whether any similar looking when voter ID will be available. Say for example, Kumarasamy is the borrower's name and his father's name is, say for example, Chennai. They look at Chinnayan. If it is there, it identifies and checks whether the CIBIL score is within the approved limit. The Xerox person simply moves the name or the voter ID into the original application. The photo is retained as such and the loan is being sanctioned. 400 such loans on a single day. So now learning, the moment you have identified, the learning is, okay, find out the spurt in the account, whether any spurt is happening on a single day or single week, and all of a sudden your advances are going up. Validate that. Automation is now helping out. But as a bank branch auditors, you have to only look at, is there anything which is happening like that? Whether multiple loans are coming up, you are doing a lot of accommodation bills, LC discounting without underlying trade activity, loan against fabricated invoices, GSTR mismatches there, fictitious borrowers or Binami transaction. All these things can be found out with our experience, with our guidance in the guidance note as well. So this is what the second thing which I have told, auditors reporting obligation, including fraud as per NFRA's recent guidance. What is the protection available for the auditor? If you have documented it properly in accordance with the standards on auditing, everything is all right. Otherwise, you will be having a problem on that. So you can create an EWS audit checklist before you start doing your audit. That will help you in a simple terms. So what could be the auditor's responsibility in case you have not considered the EWS properly, but the account later on become a problematic account? So I see disciplinary case, RBI action on the audit firm, SFIO references, and of course NFRA also now wanted to check whether they can increase the number of their achievement in passing judgment against the auditors. So, and to close the session, maybe I can say your audit plan well in advance is very, very important, and that should take into view the early warning signals. There is a specific chapter on early warning signals in the guidance note issued by the Institute on bank audit. Understand that, and you can find out how your audit checklist can be prepared, based on which you can actually do that. So start point will be your CBS data. LFAR is where you can actually express your views. Your audit report will be the next one which will be doing it. Financial EWS also you try to do on a systematic basis. Maybe you can create a small automated testing tool. Just put the key numbers in the balance sheet and P&L, and what is the expected outcome and what is the actual numbers. When you analyze that, you can also identify whether it should be rated low or medium or high. If it is high, and of course nowadays it is not stopping at that level. Even in internal audit, now we are adding one more thing called critical. Apart from high, we are feeling that something is critical. That means immediately you have to escalate, immediately you have to act it upon. And that is also what is you are supposed to do. With a tool, you can actually try to do that analysis, and then based on which you can go for a deep dive. I'm using the word deep, bold in expressing your views, but I'm keeping that aside, how we have to be bold. But I also want to communicate to you, be documented. So second is very comfortable for us to do it. If you are not able to get yourself convinced and you are not able to express your views openly, how it can be documented? What is the reason why you believe that still you can accept the views of the branch manager or the branch management? Document that also in your records. And of course, just like that, ordinary documentation with some evidences which you can additionally do that, which may help you in preventing your audit process, especially when you do your audit of advances. The credit risk related to that is being vetted properly using the early warning signals relating to credit risk. With that, I rest the case for the question and answers, and we will be happy to take any questions which we are having on this. Sir, what are all the areas where there is a responsibility for the branch auditor to respond to the central statutory auditors is a question. And you know pretty well, wherever you are uncomfortable, wherever you are believing that this is not giving you, I use the word whether the numbers smells good, whether the account smells good. If you are not feeling comfortable, then naturally you will be looking at whether you wanted to escalate to the statutory central auditors. Before doing that, I always wanted to say that the audit procedure which we were talking about, the concept of materiality you have to apply in your mind, because in our anxiety or in our enthusiasm to report or creating a discussion with the statutory central auditors, even smaller matters where we have a judgment, we are trying to escalate it. But first, take a complete decision whether it is material and whether it has any impact on the financial statement. Impact may be, you can suspect that this may result in an impact. In that case also, I always suggest that you assess what is the magnitude of the impact it will create on the financial statement and what is the likelihood of repetition of that particular issue, based on which you can actually conclude whether it has to be escalated to that level or it can be sorted out at the branch level itself. In fact, in one of the statutory central auditor in my early days, we have raised a concern on one particular account, which was a huge account for that particular branch, that the for nearly 1 year, the factory was not operating, but transactions are coming through. We were wondering how it is possible, because when we visited the account, the borrower, we have seen that the factory was completely clean. I'm using the word clean. Clean means you can actually roll on the floor, but you will not have even a single dust on your dress. But still, that account was performing asset. That is a classification. Then we have found out that it was because of the policy changed by the previous government. The new government has not given them the order. So they are expecting that this government will anyway change in the next 2 years. So I will have again the order. And up to that, they are trying to service it by round tripping from one account to another account, which we have found out. So sometimes that type of information which you are having, you would like to escalate to the statutory central auditors. They will consider appropriately, but you may also have one view. When you have escalated to the statutory central auditor, they might have even omitted that, because they apply the materiality on the overall financial statement, not at the branch level. So accordingly, if it is not considered by the statutory central auditor, you need not worry, or you may not jump to a conclusion, which normally we do. A statutory central auditor vaangitarba. Not the case. They apply their materiality as well. So it's a very interesting and relevant question. Any other questions, sir? Yes, sir. What is? Sir, fraud risk, previously we are not bothered about the fraud risk because they have an internal mechanism. RBI has a fraud risk reporting mechanism. The moment you have identified a fraud, within 24 hours, that has to be reviewed by the fraud monitoring committee. It's a subcommittee of the board, has to monitor. And once they have concluded that yes, it is a fraud, they have to start doing all the protocols like filing an FIR and then reporting immediately to the Reserve Bank of India. So we normally say that, have you seen the fraud report? Whenever we are going to the branch. Fraud report is not the bank has created a fraud report, but reporting of the fraud. So that previously we are only looking at that, whether the fraud cases has been properly classified as per IRAC norms, whether the reversal of unrealized income has been done. All those things has been completed. Unfortunately, now the responsibility, NFRA has come out, because our guidance note on fraud reporting under the Companies Act, you worry about only the banks which are under the Companies Act also. If they are not under the Companies Act, don't worry about the fraud reporting. But if they are under the Companies Act, NFRA came out very specifically, said that 143(12) of the Companies Act says that you have to report. Auditor should be alert and they have to report. It is not giving any exemption for reporting. But our guidance note on fraud reporting says very clearly, because the word which has been used, during the course of the audit, if you have identified or suspected a fraud, so that means you should have identified, you should have suspected. Suppose if the bank has already identified, they have already reported, there is nothing to do that. That is the way in which the guidance note says, if the auditor is not the first person to identify the fraud or suspect a fraud, there is no reporting responsibility. If it is already reported to regulatory authorities by the internal management or some other person, there is no requirement. But NFRA recently, hardly 3 months back, they have said, even if it is already reported, you have to report it again. So every auditor has now have the responsibility. As a bank branch auditor, what is your responsibility? Is very simple. you escalate this to the statutory central auditors, because you cannot directly write to the board and audit committee for the responses. Escalate to the central auditors. Central auditors will accumulate everything, and then with that list they will ask the management's response. Naturally, they will first ask the response from the audit committee and the board, based on which they will submit their report on this. So if you identify anything more than a crore of rupees, automatically it becomes your responsibility. Individually, a crore of rupees. So not consolidated, a crore of rupees. Normally, a single account having more than 1 crore of rupees fraud, you have the responsibility to report, especially because of NFRA. If you have missed out, later on NFRA finds out something, and they will first pinpoint the statutory central auditor. Statutory central auditor will say that this is the branch in which it has happened. The branch auditor has never reported. So in our report, we have very clearly mentioned that as far as the returns received from the branch, as well as the branch audit, where audit has been concluded, we have actually relied on that report, and accordingly we don't have the responsibility. And of course, NFRA is also now saying that even if the branch auditor has not responded, you have the ultimate responsibility to do that as per modified SA 600. They are talking about this, but of course we have to wait and watch. There is a difference of opinion between ICAI and NFRA on this particular aspect. Yeah. Diversification according to RBI regulations is a fraud. It's one of the parameters to declare account as fraud. And of course, they are also going to another level, willful defaulter. Yes, sir. Sir. Sir, can somebody give a mic for him?
Can you tell me technically this concept of materiality for the branch auditor? He'll fix it for himself, or he has to take the guidance of the central auditor? And is it mandatory for the branch auditor to ask the central auditor for the materiality fixed for him?
Very good question, sir. Actually, if you are looking at the bank branch audit, you are the boss, because you are going to issue the report, and accordingly, as per SA 320, you have to fix your materiality based on the branch operation. Bank being in asset-based entity, normally the advances will be the basis and not profit will be the basis. So you can take 0.5% or 1%, up to 3% of the advances as a materiality. SA 320 decides or tells you how you can go for 3%, where you have to stick on to 0.5%. There is a guidance, so that is a separate session. But the responsibility to decide on the materiality first lies on you. Because of this SA 600 fix up a responsibility for the statutory central auditors to be responsible even for something happened in a branch where the branch auditor failed to report. So there is a possibility, as per SA 600, the branch auditor is called a component auditor, and principal auditor is the person who is signing the ultimate. That's a statutory central auditor. So they will be issuing a group audit instructions or branch audit instructions to the branch auditors, in which they are supposed to also communicate what should be the materiality for reporting threshold limit. They will not say for your audit procedure, but they will talk about what is the reporting threshold limit. For example, sir has asked whether I have the responsibility to escalate it to the statutory central auditor. They will say, if this level is only this threshold limit, there is no need for you to report it to me. So you can just document yourself and you need not report. Similarly, for reclassification of one item to another item also, they will fix up what is the materiality. But all those things are only for your overall reporting to the group auditor. Within you, when you are issuing a clean audit report as per SA 700 or qualified opinion as per SA 705, you have to have your own materiality at the branch level. So I expect that hereafter, two materiality will be there at the branch of level, branch auditor will fix up the materiality, and there is also group level or central statutory audit level reporting threshold materiality will also be communicated. It will happen from the current year onwards, is what I expect.
So what you're saying is that it will be like what we do for consolidation.
Exactly, sir. Exactly.
Correct.
So previously, the other matters paragraph in the audit report of the statutory central auditor will use the word, we have received the so much branch has been audited by other auditors in so far as the amounts related to that. We relied on the work performed by the statutory auditor or their report. Now you cannot include according to NFRA. So accordingly, the entire responsibility comes to them. So they will try to get more and more comfort from your work by giving you the instruction, like a consolidation.
Sir, thank you so much for answering all the questions very patiently. Thank you so much for answering all the questions very
Time
patiently.
is also a constraint.
Yeah.
So they are patient at least to allow me to have 3-4 questions. And of course, the next topic is very interesting topic. So over to the master of ceremonies.
Sir, thank you so much for such an enlightening session on credit risk and early warning signals. Your entire session is a go-to guidance for all of us. Your real life case studies and the anecdotes really made the session interesting and lively. Thank you so much, sir. We are very happy to have you here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for all of you.
Dear members, we have a small session from State Bank of India team. It will not take more than 10 minutes. So after that, we are breaking for tea. So I request members to stay back for another 5 to 10 minutes, please. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Sir, we request you to take over the session. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoons. Yeah, I want that things back. So at the outset, let me thank SIRC to ensure that my knowledge on bank audit and tweaking with tools, small or big, is continuing. And today I'll try to, I think we have a little limited time to cover things, but nevertheless, at least I'll tell the concepts which have to be covered, which you can do in the bank audit. The biggest challenge, as we all know, in the bank audit is the time frame which they give you to complete actually. And within that period, we'll have to kind of do the audit, prepare get an opinion done, and then report it back to them actually. And the next challenge which we all face is, sir, all these tools you will tell and go, sir. How do I apply this? Because the banks never give me the data. So many a time, the data is not available in your system. The moment it is available in your system, you can do magic and do wonderful things. So with all that limitations in mind, I'll try to tell both things, how you can do certain things in the bank system also. Like if I send some mail from the bank to my mail ID, certain mails get blocked telling these are confidential information we cannot share with you. Never mind. You can at least send them certain things, maybe some formulas in Excel or things which you use AI to do, and then tell, sir, you please put it in a notepad in a folder where I can copy and I'll do my analysis actually. So that's how we'll have to balance it out, because it might not be possible to get entire data. Second thing, wherever they are quoting confidentiality, say like if you want loan balancing file, they are worried about the customer's name and mobile numbers. You can tell them, sir, you please avoid that and send us the list. I'm happy with account numbers. So wherever possible, you find ways out to see that the data actually comes to you, and more than anything, for working papers, you will recover those. So I'll quickly run through one of the control sheet which I think it is not on the screen. Yeah. This one small control sheet which I have prepared, and we have our utility on bank branch audit by the ICAI. Right now, 2026 version has not been launched, but as soon as it gets launched, I'll be updating that in the Google Drive, which I'm sharing with you. I want everybody to make note of this link. bit.ly/bankaudit-kit, all small letters. And one of you can confirm whether this link is working or not. It will have some limited files. This file will not be there. I'll be uploading it in short time. Can one of you confirm if this link is opening a Google Drive? Yes? Okay. And I'll also be covering today how to create your own GPT so that most of the times you don't get stuck by asking somebody small things. Somebody is not available. What do I do with things? I'll be covering that as well. So before we get into things, few questions to answer quickly. You'll be happy with the file which already is getting downloaded by the bank, or you would like to download it yourself? Why manager says, I did the job for you, sir. We know you are coming. So the loan balancing file is readily available for you to use. Why would you take the pain of doing it yourself? The risk by downloading an available file, working on an available file is not intentionally certain data they would have did some small exercise and things could have changed a little. So it is always better that you exercising professional skepticism, download the file yourself to see things are exactly what is in the bank server and not changed actually. And then you have a choice of downloading it in text format or Excel file itself. So wherever Excel format is available, please download in Excel file itself. It will save a lot of time. But certain times system doesn't permit and they will only allow you to download as a text file. So the moment you are getting some file in text file, converting to Excel is not a big deal. You can do it in a flash. We shall be covering it through one of the cash balancing file actually. And second, do not go to an audit without an audit program. Sir, even if I do a program, it doesn't work out. No problem. But at least you will know what things you have to cover and you will not miss out certain important things, because we have seen many a time there will be some 3 important certifications which will get missed and the manager will say, sir, you have to sign, and then you might not have time to verify all those things. So please prepare an audit program telling what are the things you'll be covering, small things which helps you to have a boundary with which you have to do the audit. Third, very important, documentation. The norm is, if you are not able to prove that you have did this, it is assumed that you have not did the work at all. So documentation is most important thing. Apart from doing the work, I'll have to create documentation. And many times we have seen, no sir, I'll do the work and then later in the day and I will do documentation. No. We don't have time the moment we step out of the bank on every day. So it is advisable as and when you are doing things, try to create documentation. And the easiest suggestion to overcome or do in a best way will be to use Google Sheets, which I put as the last item. Because the moment you use an Excel sheet, what happens? There are 3 of your staff working. They'll have to come and individually update you. So when somebody is updating, the other person will be free and it takes a lot of time for you to update. So my suggestion will be to use Google Sheets. What is the advantage of Google Sheets over Excel? Can somebody tell me why I'm recommending everybody to use Google Sheets? Because isn't it scary or risky because I'm putting it in the public domain? At a time, few people can work. I can also see who has edited which column. So it's easy for me to know who has did. Third, I can always go back to the previous version also if I want to. Any other advantage or any other drawback which is there in Google Sheet, which is available in Excel? What about the risk element of, is the data in public domain? When I'm using Google Sheets, it is online, right? If there is no net, I cannot work. But Excel, I can work offline. Now, isn't there a small risk involved? If you have put the settings to anybody can read, then the risk is there. Please put your mail ID and to whomsoever you are giving access, to your staff or to other partners, make it specific mail, the mail specific. I'll just quickly tell you how to do that. Then it becomes very safe for you to go ahead with it. So I'll go for a blank sheet. Here when I give share, many a time we say anyone with a link, don't do this. Because here the information can get into public domain and anybody can read it also. So here you say specific people, telling restricted, and then you give the mail ID of the people whom you want to add. Only people with those mail IDs will be able to access. And the advantage what you will have is, if people have edited, you will be able to know who has edited things also. So take care of this part, which is very important. And this should act as your working papers then and there. There won't be time for us to verify things and then later do the audit actually. So it is suggested that you use Google Sheets before you do that. And when it comes to LFR, which is one of the main reporting, apart from the NPA classification, other things, every point which is given, we can use technology. And certain points which we won't be able to do at all, like I remember there is a question being asked on data integrity. As a branch auditor, do you think you will be able to speak on data integrity? Selvamurthy sir will be able to help us. He used to teach that these are the tests we need to do to check if there is a data integrity available or not. As a branch auditor, we don't have access. Please give only a disclaimer. Don't try to commit and tell, yes, I have found everything fine actually. You tell at branch level, we don't have access to the checking of data integrity, hence we are not able to comment on the same. So wherever you are not comfortable, don't commit, and tomorrow if anything goes wrong, our report itself will act against us. And very importantly, we pick the top 5 or top 10 samples in all the areas which we do. Very importantly, what we miss out is, we forget to pick the current year samples also. So whenever you are picking samples, ensure that a considerable bigger loan size with top 5 or top 10 is being picked. And among the loans which are issued during the year, during our financial year, you pick top 2 or 3 loans there also. Because we need to check how currently the bank's position is. And if there are things going wrong in the current loans, then I think we can alert the management or the central statutory auditor. And of all the techniques which we are going to cover today, one thing is very clear, there is no single way to get things done. Like even in Excel, I can use a shortcut, I can use a typing of command, I can use the ribbon bar to do things. There are multiple ways of doing things. Please do whichever you are comfortable. Like I still tell people, wherever possible, use shortcuts, but I'm using the mouse. Because for certain things, I'm still an old school, using the old school where I use the mouse. So whichever you are comfortable, you do it. Even if it little roundabout way, there is nothing wrong. End of the day, we should get what we want actually. And very importantly, of all what you do, this is applicable not for the audit, for entire thing, have proper backups actually. And my suggestion today will be to go to cloud, because data is available for you to access elsewhere. Of course, you should have those checks and controls to see that there are no unauthorized access available to anybody. So first and foremost thing, standards on auditings, which we should not miss out. And what if I go to the bank and start reading things? It might not be possible. And having said that, these are not something which are only available for a CA final exam and today I can forget it. These are the ones which can help you to find solutions whenever you are getting stuck. Okay, how to use this, sir? I have created a small utility using ChatGPT. Just show you this. So whenever you want to use any of your standard, you don't have to go to the net and search. Already I have embedded the links. I just have to click the standards which I want. Say I want audit documentation. I want auditor's responsibility relating to fraud. I will say download selected. And you can see both the standards getting downloaded. Of course, the time which is taking is not due to the tool, it is due to the internet actually. You can see both the tools have got downloaded. The message which I want to drive through is not just the standards on auditing. You can create your own tools which you want to. All documents which you feel is required for the bank audit, of course we can keep it in a folder which will come handy. But then if it is available in this format, you can tell your assistants whenever you want, you make use of it. You don't have to keep everything available for everybody actually. For you, it is good you have it available at everything at your place. But for assistants, you can tell whatever, whenever you want, you can do. Next question. Sir, I've got a standard on auditing. I have some doubts as to how to deal with it. Simplest thing is go to ChatGPT, upload your PDF, whichever you want to, and start asking questions. It will be able to do it for you. So in this case, these are the two standards which we downloaded. I'll take audit documentation. Top 5. I'm just giving a very general thing. You can be very specific about what you want. I should be taking care while I perform bank audit. And the spelling mistake, ChatGPT corrects it for you, don't have to worry. Okay, now if you see it has gone to NPAs and other things which are not available in the audit documentation standard. So I'll have to tell, refer the PDF uploaded and answer. So now it is giving things. Since it is little lengthy, I can always ask it to be concise. Of course, it has given me the top 5 things as to what are the documentation and what are the practical stuff which I have to deal with it. Okay, here it was a very generic PDF file. I was able to upload and get answers. What tomorrow you have some specific, it might be for the bank audit, it might be of a client. Is it advisable to upload such PDF file and seek answers from AI tools? Can I upload a client's loan balancing file in ChatGPT and then make an analysis? Sanitize. Before that, one thing, sir. I have a confidentiality clause signed with the bank telling that I will not share any of the things with anybody. Now, am I not sharing this with ChatGPT? Still, there is a risk element, sir, because what happens, not that ChatGPT will go and distribute my, mine is a licensed one, sir. It is there, login based, nobody can access. Okay, I will take you through one site, sir, which I generally put in all my sessions. So people who have attended my session, it will be a duplication. There is one site known as haveibeenpwned.com. I'll put my mail ID. So there were 15 data breaches with my mail ID. And what all got compromised? Aditya Birla Fashion Retail. Not that I gave it to somebody. Aditya Birla Retail's website got hacked and they have taken all my information. What have they taken? Email address, gender, income levels. Of course, income level, job title, I would have given some wrong thing. But my physical address, I would not have given a wrong address because things have to be got delivered to me. So now if ChatGPT server gets hacked, as you said, sir, not that ChatGPT will give, but if ChatGPT server gets hacked, I'm in trouble actually. And one immediate solution which you can do if you are tempted to do certain things is, I can ask the ChatGPT here and I'll say delete. And when I delete this chat, what happens? Next 30 days, it will be there in the server of the ChatGPT, then it will get flushed out. That gets taken care, sir. But if anything happens within 30 days, I'm in a trouble. And that is the reason banks are also scared to give data to us maybe. So the solution for that will be, to the possible extent, mask the confidential figures and then do it actually. For small example, I'll tell you how to do that. This is a income tax notice actually. It has the client's name, all the section and all the information. Now what I need to do, there is one tool developed by a chartered accountant, Anand, PDF redactor. it will hide all the things which you want to hide. In this case, I would like to hide the bank's name. I would like to hide the branch and other confidential information name. And then the moment that gets masked and I'm able to get a fresh file without that, then it becomes easy for me to upload the file. Of course, customers' names also will have to be masked, which is not possible for you to do it individually. So when you are even putting the data in PDF, ensure that customers' names are not there. So here I'll open that PDF. So this is a PDF. You can see automatically all the email, phone, mobile, PAN, it has got a small red color box, which means the moment I run this, it will get masked. What I will do additionally, I will tell the name. In this case, maybe the bank's name you can put. Since I don't have an Excel file of a bank I have not used, so I will say redact and save as. Notice mask. 7 redactions it has applied. Let us see where it has applied. It didn't pick the name. I'll do it again. Okay, I didn't give add actually. So I'll say redirect and save as. Notice masked. Close this. Now you can see all those things are gone. So now it is easy for me to upload because none of the confidential information is going to ChatGPT. This is one extra precaution I will take so that it don't put me into trouble at any later point of time. So for any of the things which maybe if you're using the bank's name, you mask the bank's name, then wherever the bank's name is appearing, it won't be going to ChatGPT. It is a customized software by the member. I'm already put in the group actually. The link which I've shared, you also can start using it right away. Of course, I've given the standards on auditing with ICAI link as well as the alternate link for people who want to download from the Excel file itself. And then very importantly, many a time after the audit is over, after some days, we do not even know what the contact details of the bank or other details are. So it is important that you capture it then and there because KYC as per ICAI norms is important. Of course, you will be able to get it later, but it is with difficulty you will have to get it later. So it is better that you capture all the information here itself, telling name of the bank, the address of the branch, the manager's name and other people who are at the bank whom we need to contact, or maybe a situation arises where you need to contact them. And then proprietors or partners handling the audit and people who assisted actually. Because now everybody we are going to subject to peer review. Of course, the institute has extended by 1 year. Next year definitely we are going to have it. And all these documentations will be coming into picture. So ensure that that is getting captured then and there. I have also put small attendance to see how many man days we have spent. Because few banks insist on attendance certificate in the end. And the original objective is for us to know that how much time has actually gone into this audit. And so I'll put name of the partners. I'll say Subbarao, Pramod, Abhishek. Then articles name maybe Ramesh and Suresh. And whichever days they have attended, I just have to say yes. And having done this, if you go to the next sheet, which is attendance certificate, you can see all the names have come properly and how many days they have attended has also come. Pramod, Abhishek have not filled any attendance. I'll fill it for them. Subbarao sir on first, Pramod say on second. You can see the person's name and the dates and the mandates. This I did a formula before ChatGPT came into picture, and you can see the formula which I've used. Today even I won't be able to make out what I gave actually. But then it was done in a small installments and I increase. But today you go to ChatGPT and tell I have data in these columns. I need output like this. It should come one below the other. You just have to be patient in giving the instructions a little slowly. and then the job is done actually. And here is a simple addition telling that with these numbers, wherever there is yes, you make it number of mandates, so it is easy for me. And then I can take a printout of this if there is an attendance requirement by the bank. Few banks insist that the manager signs this attendance certificate and you have to send it to the branch. A small sheet on the audit program as to what documents you should keep it. Of course, you can add or delete whichever you want. One of the most important things I've put is letter of communication to the previous auditor. Bank audit is allotted by impairment happening with ICAI and RBI's approved list. Need I have to still send a communication to the previous auditor? Yes. Can I do it through email or I have to send through the registered post with AD? Is it acceptable? Where does it say, sir? Okay, institute says it has to be sent through registered post with acknowledgement due. No, it is. There has been an announcement which came. That is the reason I want to tell. There's only one small addition in that. You have to send an email and ensure that the other person responds. That is important. If the other person is not responding, please send a registered post only. And 99% people respond. No, sir, they respond. You talk to them and tell, sir, I've sent a mail. You please reply. Then they respond. Default, nothing happens. But please do that because that's the institute norm telling that the moment you send an email, it has to, the reply has to be got back actually. And I have seen the moment you talk to a CA, they say, sir, we'll send it by tonight and there's no trouble. In fact, one funny incident happened in one CA where there were some expenditures outstanding for one of the previous auditor and he refused to sign. And the amount was very small, but it became a matter of right. Then how can a bank say no to my genuine expenditure? Later that was sorted out actually. So this thing is a communication to my previous auditor, our own fraternity. Please don't miss out. This is for any audits actually. And then the bank's closing circular, please spend reasonable time in going through that. Because a lot of instructions are given there and that will help you to conclude the audit with ease. And many a time we have seen banks don't do things properly. It is our responsibility to guide them to see that it is done properly so that our report is correct and clear. And others are general things I am skipping for want of time. You can go through that. Of course, feel free to add, modify, delete whichever you want to. I will just come to the last item which is important. Of course, that is important for any audit. The written representation letter. Are we actually taking it? If you are subject to peer review, you would have taken. If you have not taken, this is a must. You have to take a representation letter. I have given the format also which institute has prescribed in. Of course, it has not been put in the Google Drive. I'll be putting it shortly. Okay, now I'll tell you, I don't want to name one or two PSU banks. They have a clear instruction. You will not take the management representation at the branch level. It will be given only to the central statutory auditor. Now, can I take the shelter that, okay, he is taking it, so it's okay for me to do away with this? What is the way out now? So, right to them, we found a different way out. In the LFAR last point, we put it. Telling these are our observations on which we have relied upon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If there are any discrepancies, you let us know. Because tomorrow, if I don't take a written representation letter, I'll be in trouble actually. And now the clearly bank defines that you should not take at the branch level. Now I cannot I have to balance both. I cannot ignore the bank's instruction of taking it. The manager will somehow sign also. But let us not do something where the bank has told clearly not to do. But to take care of it, put it in LFAR or as sir rightly said, you write to the management telling that these are the things we are relying. In fact, for concurrent audit, I do that every month. I write a mail after the audit is over telling these are the things we relied upon. Kindly let us know if there are any inconsistencies with whatever you have given. Because tomorrow if certain things we have to only rely upon them actually. They say we have got 2 accounts with SBI. What if there is a third account? Then they'll say, sir, if third account in the balance sheet, not necessary. It would have been a zero balance and not appearing. Let us not take anything to chance because the moment there is any trouble, and the regulator calls for the information, nobody is going to come and help us. It is only we who have to help ourselves. And second, it is only the documentation which will be helping us. Yes, sir. No, sir. No, sir. We are getting it from the bank, telling these are the things we have relied upon what you have said. For example, here it is, sir. No, sir. No, here it is. The representation that is provided in connection with your audit of the statement of the branch for the purpose of expressing an opinion as to whether the financial statements give a true and fair view, and these are the points actually. Yes, bank is giving it to us, correct. But it is our responsibility to frame it properly and take it from them. They will, if they are not comfortable, they will tell, sir, this is something I am not agreeing upon. Correct. That is what, sir, I am telling. You put this MR in the LFAR. Or as sir said, you will have to write to the management separately, telling since I am not taking at the branch level, I need to take from the top level. Sir, institute says you have to take MR whatever be it actually. Ganesan sir, we need your views on this. Where the bank is limiting MR, no, then you are telling limitation, you will not do the audit. Ganesan sir.
Balance sheet to end of the balance sheet, we are including everything and trying to get the letter of representation. If the letter of representation is not given by the management, is it a scope limitation? The answer, according to me, is no. Because they are not giving you additional comfort on matters where you are not able to come to a judgment. For example, some of the areas where I don't have the technical expertise, I rely on what the management says. If they are refusing to do that, it is not scope limitation, but it may require, you have to assess whether that availability, non-availability of the representation impact the opinion which you are giving. In that case, you make it in the main audit report, not in the LFAR report, and say that these are all the issues based on which we have been given the instruction. So, scope limitation will come only this area don't do the audit, this area don't do the audit, that's our scope limitation. This is one documentation they refuse to give. Put it in your audit report if you believe that that representation is critical to you for the purpose of doing your conclusion.
Thank you, sir. I think that he has the answer. Put in the audit report telling that we were not being given the management representation as per the bank's instructions. But it will be very difficult for you to kind of go without that. Now there is a question whether there are any pending litigations. How will you know whether the litigations are there or not unless the manager gives you the details? One file he will keep it to himself. There is no way it will appear in your balance sheet unless some legal charges have come and you start probing every legal charges why that has been paid actually. So there are a lot of areas. I'm just giving an example of one. There are a lot of things which you will have to compulsorily rely on the management representation only. So next is what you should not miss out is the noting of the other major findings of different audits which have occurred during the year for the branch. The concurrent audit, the most important thing. Try to pick last 2 months report and see what were the deviations which were pointed out. This will help you to plan your audit in a better way, telling which areas you should be looking into more to see that things are not happening in the wrong way. RB audit, if it is been subject to, what are their findings? See, the reason I'm asking you to record this is, it might not be practically possible for me to take copies of each and every report. Even if you have captured this information, this is a very much a valid evidence telling that I have gone through those papers actually. Because if I start taking photocopies of all what I have did the work, then it will be bundles and boxes of files which I need to carry, which is not the intent also. So please record things that these were the observations which we picked from the report, and we have prepared our audit program accordingly. The RBI internal inspection which the bank has undergone, and every year or at least once in 2 years they undergo that audit. Very importantly, the preceding year's statutory audit report including LFAR. Don't miss out that. Many a time MOC entries would not have also been passed. Few banks they insist to pass the MOC entries then and there. Few Only the next CA will have to see, it might not even get passed actually. So take care of those things. If the bank has been subject to IS audit, EDP audit or any other computer audit, give the observations. Revenue audit, stock audit reports, forensic audit reports if any, credit audit reports, cash and currency chest verification. All what I could foresee I've covered. You feel free to add or deduct things. And last important, key correspondences at the branch. So do you have to specifically go through this? No. If at all you come across some communications which is required to be noted, please note and see whether that is being followed or not. See, because this is what I tell regarding frauds also. Frauds all this time, there cannot be specific technique which I can employ to unearth it when I'm doing an audit. When I'm doing an investigation, things are different. So it will be either through trial and error that I find something, I dig further, I get things, or some whistleblower gives information that these are the areas things are wrong, you please look into, or the perusal of these reports which can give you a small idea, that things are not right. Let me go deeper and see if things are being manipulated or doing in the wrong way. And last is the certificate tracker. Because you need to generate one UDIN for all these certificates, please ensure that you have a track of all the certificates. Tomorrow if there is anything wrong, you can tell that these are the only certificates which I have signed and not beyond that. And the reason I am telling is, most of the times we are using DSCs these days. So there should not be some certificate which your DSC goes into it without your knowledge actually. Because every signature you are affixing, you are taking responsibility of the correctness and genuineness of the transactions. Physical verification of cash, who did the verification, which partner reviewed it, if there are any observations, the date and time, and then the denominations all you can put it, which will act as your working papers later. Sir, I am supposed to do verification as of 31st March. I am not available on 31st March. You do on any day you are doing the audit, and you can always tell if I work back, I will be getting the balance as on 31st March. I also captured the details of 31st March balances, so that tomorrow you can know whether that balance is appearing in the balance sheet or not. Same thing, if the branch has any physical ATM linked to them, that balance will also appear in the balance sheet, and it is our responsibility to check whether the cash is tallied or not, make observations for that also. Jewel loan packs, very important these days because banks business today more constitute of jewel loans. Please ensure that you pick samples and things are being noted, and mostly there won't be tallying of what is there in the loan balancing file versus the actual jewel loans. There will be genuine reasons. Loan would have got closed, but the jewel packs will be available at the branch. Please do a proper reconciliation to see that there is no mismatch between the two, and bank people will have to satisfactorily explain of the reconciliation. Otherwise, things can be wrong if they are not able to reconcile and tally. And also it is suggested that you verify some of the samples in terms of weight and then in terms of quantity also. And when you are doing that, please ensure that you don't ask the same appraiser to verify. Please call appraiser from the nearby branch, which the branch will arrange, and then you make some random verification of 4 or 5 accounts, whichever you want to pick. Now come again, sir. Correct. Sir, it is advisable, I will say. Because what happens with today, lot of furious gold and other things coming, at least 5 samples I checked, I assume everything is right actually. Not that 5 samples should get picked. What if something is wrong and it gets picked? Because the moment one wrong account comes, then that should ring a bell to all other accounts also. Because then there will be some 2-3 people will get involved. All these frauds get unearthed like that only, sir. See, like cash balance, generally what it happens, they'll count the cash and say, now you count, sir. But at least let us be very sure that it is right or not. I still recall in one of the banks that old soiled 5 rupee notes, one section itself was missing actually. They were counting some packs and they missed out actually. So there can be areas where things can go wrong. Let us not leave it anything to chance. Then there is serious breach. You need to. Okay, weight captured is more, but other things are fine. You make an observation telling these are captured wrongly. It's a document deficiency. But it has to be noted. That is where we are there to tell that we did this and we found this. And the moment there is a deviation happening of that sort, the bank may take a idea to, probe further whether this is happening for more accounts. And the moment you find one account, you need to pick additional 5 samples to see whether that is right or not. See, the whole idea of this exercise is the moment you come across something wrong, you cannot stop with that. You need to take one more step of seeing whether things are right or not. And very sorry to say, many a time, there are lethargic approach on certain areas by the bank, which we have to be very careful of. Since it is getting recorded, I don't want to speak much. Same thing with physical stationery, the DDs, pay orders, at least what is there in the register, it's available or not, you please check important ones. And of course, today the ATM cards and pins are not handled at the branch. If at all they are handled, there should be 2 separate person designated. It should not be holding with the same person. And take care of the dual custodians, which is properly there or not. At least when you are doing the audit, ensure that the key movement register and other things are properly updated. At least when you are doing the audit. Lockers. Don't miss out on this also, especially the vacant lockers. Please check whether they are actually vacant or not. 3 years before, we were able to find one of the lockers. They said it is vacant, but actually it was not vacant. They said some doctor came, he wanted a locker to be opened in an emergency. The manager gave the key, everything was done, but no account was opened actually. And the manager met with an accident after 3 days. And then they wanted us to show leniency. I said, sir, whatever we have found, please don't ask us to be lenient upon. That is why we are here there for actually. And who knows what different things can also come because of that. Open, you ask them to show open, they'll be having the keys. All the 30, sir, yes, quickly. You tell them to open all the things and you check at one go. You don't have to be there to see whether when they are opening or not. But it is better you are there sometimes because otherwise they'll make it vacant actually for you. You make a note telling it was not available, so we use the same appraiser to only do it. Sir, simplest thing, record it, sir. Don't commit on things which you have not done. It is advisable you tell, sir, we want it. Practically, if it is not possible, tell them, sir, we will use the same appraiser to do it. But then the idea is getting lost. The same appraiser, why will he find fault of his own actually? But you can record telling that this is how we did because they were not able to arrange one. Now it's a remark on them that they were not able to arrange one actually. And review the bank guarantees also properly because if there is a classification difference, there is a provisioning change which happens at the central level. So every small thing which might not be relevant for the branch level can have an impact at the higher level. So please take care of that as well. This is a small exercise which I did through the retention limit. So I've got a cash balancing file. Of course, I have masked the bank's name here. And there are some balances. So I can paste that in Excel. And then I put that this particular branch had 2 retention limits. They had 5 lakhs from April 2024 to 18 Jan 25. And from 19 Jan 25 to 31st March 25, there was a different balance. And the question which we have to answer is, does the branch generally maintain carry cash balances which vary significantly from the limits fixed by the authorities? Before few years, we are giving very generic answers. The branch has generally complied, the branch has generally not complied. Again, our own judgment, we will decide whether what to put actually. My suggestion with today things available, we don't have to do that actually. The simplest thing, I'll give you our own tax audit example. Whether cash exceeding 20,000 is being paid, there used to be a disclaimer those days telling on sample verification, there are no transactions beyond 10,000. But today we don't write that. We say yes or no. Why? because technology is available for you to help out things. Same thing. I have put the limits. The first function which I gave was if A7 is the date. If the date is below C4 date, that is 19 January, then you pick 5 lakhs, otherwise you pick 40 lakhs. Sir, I'm not good at Excel, what do I do? I cannot call you during the bank audit, you might not respond immediately. Thanks to ChatGPT, ask, it will give the answer. Or alternatively, if you're using MS365, there's a Copilot available for you. So I will say, column C3 contains from date row C3. Depending upon the data in A7, I need to get the result in D3 or D4. Of course, you might not many a time get the answer right at one go, but then my job is not to get into too much things. I can ask and get things done. So it has given me the formula. Let me just copy it and see if it is working fine. Okay, it has missed it. It should be A7 because this should have been dynamic. Of course, I can tell that you have fixed it like this. Why don't you? Perfect. Now, sometimes here that even that greater than equal to also will give a wrong thing. You will have to be very minutely correct to see if that whether the date is being captured or not. Now I will say, can you give me the maximum or the minimum? Here first I will say, if that exceeds the limit, it is exceeding the limit, otherwise it is within limits. And then I will use the number of days where it is exceeded the limit and where it is within the limits. This is a traditional way of doing things. Let me see if I can take the help of ChatGPT and get the answer. And when I say ChatGPT, you can use any AI tool. I am comfortable with ChatGPT, so I am telling that it is not recommending ChatGPT. But I think ChatGPT and Gemini Copilot, these three are the good actually. For other specific things, there are other tools like Cloud and Perplexity. So I upload this file and I'll give this command. First, what I will do is I will get this information in Excel the way I want, for which I have used the command, give the information as Excel file for all line items and remove the minus before the cash column, because you will see that this minus was there before this cash column. The above Excel file contains only should contain. Okay, this is not required. In fact, I gave it as 2 command. Of course, as Selvamoorthy sir said, I can go for data sanitizing manually, but today there are tools available for me to do that actually. And one more tool I would like to tell, I think it is Tabula. Yeah, this is one tool which you can make note of it, where you want to extract tables from PDF. Tabula. Because many a time we use a lot of online tools where there is a small threat of our data getting exposed. This tool will do it offline for you. Tabula, Tabula. So let's come back to ChatGPT. It says I've converted. Let me download the file. And many a time ChatGPT also plays, it will not give for the entire 365 days. It will give for 60 days. Then you have to tell boss, be serious about it. I want it for the entire. Okay, today is my lucky day. I got it for the entire 365 days. Okay, now I'll ask the next question. This is my retention limit. List the number of days where it is exceeded. I'm telling cash limit is 5 lakhs from 1st to 18 January and 40 lakhs from 19 January. Of course, it is last year data. List down the number of days where it is exceeded and the number of days it is within the limits. I'll keep ready the next question. Telling give me the maximum, minimum balance and average balance. It says 292 and 1 and 48 and 24. Let us check our Excel. No, it is wrong. So I'll have to tell ChatGPT again to then you can tell, please give me substantiate how you have got the answer. Then it will further be able to give. So that is why I said AI tools can help you, but you need to definitely cross check of things. It is sticking onto the same thing only. 340 and 25. How much is what we got? Okay, we got it. 340 and 25 only, correct only. It says exceeded limit 340 days, within limits 25 days. The sum of this is 25 and this 292 plus 40, it is correctly only. So it is how you assume that ChatGPT is wrong. So now I'll ask the next question. Can you please provide me the maximum cash balance, minimum cash balance and average cash balance, and provide the date on which all these two have occurred, the minimum and the maximum. It is on 31/1, 12 crores 28 lakhs and 2,28,000. Let us just check if this is right. Yes. perfectly got actually. I can use the formula and check. And now the trouble if you're using ChatGPT, you might not have the workings with you. So please tell ChatGPT, give me an Excel sheet along with workings, it will be able to give you actually. Because for you, end of the day, it is not the performance of work, it is the evidence for you to prove how you have derived the answer also matters. And you can tell, please give me the formula, don't try to give the answer. Sometimes ChatGPT straight away gives answers. Exceeds limit, not exceeding limit. You please still tell that I want formula so that tomorrow I'll be able to go back and see if things are right or wrong. So likewise, you can do for the loan balancing file also, but only my suggestion will be not to put the names of the customers there because it has account number and names of the customers. So please remove that and then try to do it actually. So I'll come back to our sheet. So it will be very difficult, sir. One time I can do, but if there are accounts which are 5,000 or 6,000, then it gets very difficult. Or you can do like 2 digits you can change, telling that first 2 digits you change it this way, then it's possible. It's possible. Our institute sends the exam papers to the invigilators. The number is changed and then it goes to them actually. So this data sanitizing I'm not covering. You will have your loan balancing file like this. One way of doing it is using the converting data to columns and removing it line items which you don't want. Or you can ask ChatGPT to do it. Of course, you have to remove the bank's name and other confidential information if you are using it. Do not forget to review the loans restructured during the year. Generally, things go wrong there only. So please keep a list and see whether proper documentation is there. Most of the time, my observation is no document will be there and there will be restructuring. I said, sir, how did you do without any documentation? You have restructured the loan. Sir, because we could not trace the borrower, we have restructured the loan. So ensure that there is a documentation to restructure, otherwise it is a violation of the rules. And few banks insist on verification of the fixed assets or inventory beyond 50,000. I've just prepared a small format as to what are the information we need to capture the moment it exceeds the value. Income or revenue leakage, you don't have to necessarily go behind to see if there is any leakage. But when you are doing an audit, if you come across something, please make note of it because that has to be reported in the LFIR also. And there are 2 questions asked in LFIR. Whether the test checking of interest, discount or commission or fees revealed excess or short credit of material amount. If so, give reasons. Another question is, has the test check of deposits revealed any excess or short debit of material amount? And our standard answer is yes, because CBS takes care of things. But where is your working paper? So my suggestion will be to take 2 accounts, 2 random accounts, one SB account and one loan account, to see whether the interest rate in the master which they have given is getting applied or not. So in this case, I took one bank account. Opening was 0. On 17 February, they paid 1,000 rupees. The interest was 3 rupees. So we calculated the 2.90 was the interest and it almost matched that figure actually. So please sample have it, not necessarily you have it in Excel, you can even have a hard copy of it actually. But please ensure that you maintain a copy to prove tomorrow that you have did things actually. Same thing is for one of the FD accounts. And you add one loan account also. And since you are checking interest, please take an account which is very easy for you to do. Don't take accounts with too many transactions and create trouble for yourself. The variance analysis. After the balance sheet date until the date of the audit, whether there have been any unusual large movements. Don't give vague answers. Please put it in a small analysis of the 31st March data, maybe 7th April data if you are closing on 8th or 9th, and then find the variance and see if there is any material. And here we found one material amount in overdue deposits, which we later came to know that only one account was there and that got closed actually. We are able to find a genuine reason for this. Otherwise, things are fine. And then other fixed forex term deposit, one account got closed where there was a 100% variance. Same thing, are there any divergent views in major items of income and expenditure in comparison with the corresponding previous year, have the expenditure income of the current year, have the last year figures also, and I've given small formula to check the variance if there is any major deviations which we need to verify. If you feel there is anything major, please talk to the manager, get his views and record the same, and ensure that whatever reasons he is giving is acceptable to us. Next, one of the important things, we have to identify the large advances in the branch which we are auditing. And for the purpose, large advances are those where the outstanding amount is in excess of 10% of the total balances. So what do? I take the total balances. In this case, this was my loan balancing file. This was my figure for the total loans excluding OD and CC, because for OD and CC there is always a separate module. So I put this figure. I have taken the exposure of ODCC and then the exposure of non-fund based. I have got the total, and then I put the 10 crores limit and then give a formula telling give me the minimum of 10 crores or 10% of the things which is there, which will help me to identify the accounts which are large, and then based on that I'll have to work on my samples and also give the same in LFAR. Because many a time what we miss, the non-fund based we miss actually. And there can be account which gets picked up if the non-fund based is also added to it. Total loans excluding ODCC, sir. No, sir, it is all loans actually. All loans. Of course, excluding ODCC and non-fund based, to be very precise. Because this, I was able to take it from the loan balancing file, this one. It has the entire accounts history, that will give me the total actually. And this you can keep a working papers, because LFR wants how many accounts you had verified and what were the balances, which will constitute the percentage of the accounts which you have verified. So one question which generally comes is, sir, what is the ideal percentage I should be verifying? So it is covering more areas and the maximum what you could. That's the only answer for it. There is no specific thing that the threshold limit is 10 or 20 or 30 or 40. Because many a time we have seen the account may be very small, but the numbers may be, account may be very large, number of accounts may be small. So you balance it out and see that every loan there are samples picked and you are able to do justice to it. There's one more question, whether the expeditious clearance of suspense account is there or not. Pick those accounts, and if there are any entries, make note of it and ensure that those entries are getting cleared in a reasonable time. If there are entries which are persisting, things can be wrong. And if there are entries closed also, please dig deeper. There can be teaming and lading or frauds which can happen in these accounts actually. It is generally the review of the office accounts, and they say where there are amounts beyond 90 days that has to be looked into. And then people who want to perpetrate fraud will find ways. 90 days, 85th day, you will transfer the entry to summer account. It will come back again here. So all these accounts will have to be careful, and please keep a working papers notes of what are the office accounts you verified also. Who knows, there are maybe some new accounts somebody would have created and it would have missed your verification. So take care of that as well. Then there is the quick mortality accounts, accounts which have become NPA within 12 months. How to get that? Few banks do give a report of it, few banks don't give. So what you can do, you take the list of NPA accounts which will have the sanction date as well as the NPA date. And now what I have to do, I have to say equal to if NPA date minus sanction date is less than or equal to 365, then it is quick mortality, otherwise it is okay. So I'll do a filtering. So these are the accounts which have gone bad within 365 days. I need to give the number of accounts and the amount. In fact, they are asking the same format. Account number, account name, and balance at the year end. one of the interesting question in LFAR, whether the bank has a system of identifying the dormant or inoperative accounts and there are internal controls existing. Yes, sir. Sir, it is based on this only you can identify those loans. The moment this comes in NPA, those all other accounts also will be classified as NPA. Now, if it doesn't get missed, it gets missed here, it doesn't get captured here. Yeah. Sir, before 365, it will not get covered because it would have been beyond 365 only. This exercise is an yearly exercise. If everything has been done, if they lately identify and write the NPA date differently, then we have to report that also. Telling it was quick mortality account not reported in the previous time, now I am reporting it. But generally, system won't allow any NPA date beyond the period actually. Within the financial year only it will allow. So there are very less chances that any previous accounts can get qualified as quick mortality during the year. Very less chances, because I have seen even if there are such accounts, they write the current NPA date only. So technically, they will get the benefit of more than 365 days. Okay. No, borrower, sir, here it is loan wise, sir. Okay. 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 No. It is quick mortality only. Very clear, sir. No. That you cannot take that shelter. The moment this one goes into NPA, all his other accounts also get into trouble. Yes. No, but the moment I identify as a quick mortality NPA, all his other accounts also will automatically get classified as NPA. Correct. That won't get captured here. Exactly. Your question is whether my old 3 accounts also will get captured here. No. It is only done which is beyond less than 365 days will get captured. Correct. Here you should not give customer wise, you should give account wise only. Correct. Because the objective of this question is to see how much accounts have gone bad during the 365 days only. Sir, rate of renewal will only come in ODCC accounts, right? If it is ODCC account, I'll have to change it. Yes. As sir rightly says, date of sanction will get replaced with date of renewal the moment it is a ODCC account. Yes, sir. You cannot take the date of sanctions, then no ODCC account will go bad after that. Then all account will come in quick mortality, you are telling. But to my extent, I have not seen NPA, this ODCC accounts. Sir, as he says, the moment you put that date, then within 365 next renewal would not have happened, it would have gone bad. Everything will qualify in QM actually then. No, it won't, sir. It won't, as he rightly says. Sir, by going by your thing, any ODCC account which goes bad will become quick mortality then. Going by your thing. Anyway, or we'll do one best thing. Now that you have asked this, I will do one thing. I will tell you how to create GPT. We'll take the help of AI also to see. For people who are using ChatGPT, there is one option. Wait, I'll just come out. You go to explore GPTs. Okay, here you can see one create option. Click this. This can help you to create your own GPTs Our ICAI GPT is created using this technique only. So you can give a name. I will say testing bank audit queries. If you want, you can give some description instructions, and it is asking you to upload files here. So I'll upload the exposure draft because right now the guidance note is not finalized yet. And the only thing you should know is this has a limitation of uploading only 10 PDF files or other 10 documents. So what if there are many documents? Please merge those documents and then upload it. There is no cap on the size unless it is very huge actually. So now I put the exposure draft. Of course, I can add few RBI circulars also so that it will refer the RBI circular also and give me the answers. So this is just getting ready. I'll say create. It's asking whether you want to this GPT to be used only for you or anyone with the link. I'll say anyone with the link because I can share it to my team also. So it is ready. I'll say view GPT. And that link on the top, I can share it with everybody now, whomsoever want to use it actually. Of course, I have not updated the latest one for bank audit, which I'll be updating in the Excel sheet shortly. I think it's taking time. So I'll close this window. And you, in short, explain about quick mortality now you will see ChatGPT not going to general GPT and working. It said searching my knowledge. It is only going and searching in the PDF file I have uploaded. From the date of sanction, renewal or restructuring. So we'll ask this. What about ODCC accounts? Won't all such loans get classified as quick mortality? As they are. As they're renewed every year. It says not all ODCC accounts become quick mortality accounts just because they're renewed every year. Only those becoming NPA within 12 months. But then within 12 months, I think all accounts will come only. Problem. I'll have to now again ask. No, but if the words are renewal, I think what you are telling is right, sir. Then. No, this is as per them only. So this is something, that is why when you are in doubt, the best thing is to read the RBI circular or the guidance note. Can you provide the exact verbatim and page numbers to substantiate? This is for you to go back to the guidance note. You don't have to search, because many times when you do a PDF search, the wordings which you search and what is being given may be different. But this can help you to do it. You see, page 535, these are the things it has been given. The definition does not say renewal now, it says fresh sanction would you not already become every year. Page 482, it says quick mortality within 1 year of sanction date. 658 says cases. So now the only option will be for me to go to the refer to the RBI circular and get the answers. What are the words exactly they have used? Let me just see if I can. Audit 2025. What documents are okay, here also it is only guidance note. I have not uploaded the circulars. So I can append the circulars in the GPT and then ask the questions. I'll be able to get the better answers. Okay, one more thing which I wanted to cover is, many a time what we do is, I think it was here. Once. Okay, we were here. For this, generally what we do is we ask the bank manager, sir, give us a list of inoperative accounts which have become operative during the year, and whatever documents they are giving you, it will be 100% fine. But that is not the objective. What if they have missed any? So what I will suggest you do is, take the inoperative accounts as at 31st March 2024, take the list of accounts inoperative as at 31st March 2025, do a VLOOKUP. So accounts which are existing you can knock off because they were inoperative previous year, they are inoperative now also, let's leave it. But ones which have got operative, which are not appearing now, you pick 2 or 3 samples and then ask them to give documentation for that. That will be more scientific to see whether they are actually taken documentation of the accounts which have become operative or not. So rather than simply doing it on random basis, because the moment you ask them, they are going to give you 100% correct accounts only. Of course, I have tried to capture the urine information, because what happens is, last minute when we want to capture things, we have to run here and there to get the information. This can be collected and kept ready in advance. Of course, only thing is, the urine report has to be, reported, taken separately for audit report and then LFR and certificate separately. And tax audit, of course, it is not there, so it might not be applicable. And if the certificates are signed on different dates, please take 2 separate urines. And if it is signed by some other partner of yours firm, separate urine has to be taken there as well. And this is the small sheet which I'll call it a sheet which I review in the end of the day. So we have put the name. If something is pending, like Subbarao sir is reviewing the advances. So for us to know what is pending, and the moment it is getting over, I'll type Control 5, which is a shortcut for striking through, rather than deleting it, so that I know what work has got completed and what is pending. Certain things we would have asked the manager, and we'll also forget, we'll ask in the last minute. So better keep a track of things here, telling that maybe you want the preceding year audit report file, or you want a RBA inspection. Because with limited time and running around things, we should not miss out things which you have to specifically go through and place your opinion upon. And this management representation also, my suggestion will be, whenever you are coming across something, please make a note of it, things here. Because when you are finally preparing, you will forget all things what has to be put. So ensure those things are captured here in short, as and when you are doing the audit, and then it becomes easy. Though I have given this in Excel, my suggestion will be to have this sheet in Google Sheets, giving access to all your staff so that work happens parallel. And as I told you, the advantage of Google Sheets is anybody who has edited, you can know who has edited which column. Second, you can always go back to the previous version, so that if you feel some things have gone wrong terribly, there is always a previous version available for you to look into it. And there are certain documents which I have not yet uploaded, especially the engagement letter, audit report, and the MR, which I'll be doing it shortly. The engagement letter is ready, I can put it. So these things I have only picked which are institute has recommended. Feel free to modify whichever is needed. And I'm not asking you to use it immediately because it is still under exposure draft. The moment the guidance note is finalized, I'll be uploading things to make your life easier. The idea of this is not to, give easy things for you to do the bank audit, but for any audit, any work you do, you can use this particular model or template so that our work becomes easy, and more importantly, the audit documentation, which is the most important thing, can help us to close things on time. So thank you, and if there are any questions, I'm ready to take.
Members, if we are having any questions, we can take 2 to 3 questions now.
What I want to ask is, with all the increased workload, why the time frame has not been increased for branch audit?
Sir, personally asking the time limit, whatever they have given, if there are genuine reasons, please write a mail telling for these reasons we won't be able to complete on time. Nobody can stop you. There will be pressures put to the possible extent. If you are able to cover it within the time limit, we should, because end of the day, if there is a small deadline given, let us try to do it, but not compromising on quality or anything. This deadline is given by the management. If there are genuine reasons, you can write to the management telling we were not being provided for these things till this time, we won't be able to complete it. For few months in concurrent audit where they are given deadline, we have told we have not been given documents. Then they say you write documents not given, then we are happy with it. Because tomorrow they should not question these areas you didn't look into. Please give a disclaimer and close those things, that these things we are not able to complete, we are unable to comment upon, we are closing the audit. I will be sharing it actually. Okay. Probably by day end. Yeah, in the same link. Or I'll do it right away. Only thing is you keep update. I'll be updating certain things. You take the latest one when you go before the audit. So whatever I put, I'll right away do that. I have put that audit programs that contains the list actually. You can modify it to suit your things.
Sir, thank you so much for that wonderful session, sir. It was as lively and as interesting as you are. So it felt like you are hand-holding us to traverse through this bank audit season. Thank you so much. We are really happy to have you here. Thank you, sir. Yeah, members, we can break for the lunch now. We will be back by 2:15 for the next session. Thank you so much. I request our chairman and Abhishek sir, Pramod sir to escort our speaker to the dais. We request our chairman to felicitate our speaker. It takes immense happiness to introduce our speaker, CA Yuvaraj sir. He is the proprietor of Yuvaraj Associates Chartered Accountants. He qualified as Chartered Accountancy in 1984. He is a ACMA. He holds a certificate in Forensic Accounting and Fraud Detection by ICAI. He has abundant expertise in financial health audit of companies on behalf of lending banks, forensic audit of companies on behalf of banks, internal control system audit, statutory audit, and internal audit of private limited companies. Some of the special works by CA Yuvaraj sir to mention, he has authored a book titled Arrest NPAs. It is the only book on prevention of non-performing loans, a book with full of case studies, potential scenarios, which makes it lively and interesting. He has developed MOS software to help identify manipulations, mistakes perpetrated by borrowing companies. He has conducted seminars on working capital assessment for senior bankers of largest banks in India. He has authored inventory management manual for automobile dealers. He has conducted workshops on inventory management for automobile dealer as inventory department personnel. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion, sir. We welcome you on the dais to deliver the session. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for this opportunity. Thanks to Mr. Sridhar, our SIRC chairman. He is the person called me. Normally, the staff of SIRC used to call, but I don't know. The chairman himself called me. I'm honored about it. Thank you, sir, for that. Excellent gesture, right? Yeah. Bank audit, it's an unique one. I hope everybody would agree. Unique in the sense like we receive appointment letter on 30th or 31st of March, called by the bank on 2nd. Maybe we'll be given the documents, details or whatever it is by 2nd or 3rd. Then we start our job, finish it before 7th. We verify physical securities. Physically, we verify the securities like cash, gold packets, everything. Then we verify the documents, other statements. Then we visit the units too. Then we have discussions with the branch. Sometimes the discussions may go serious also. Many of you would have experienced, I think, especially when you want to raise an MOC. Definitely there will be a problem. AGM will come suddenly, DGM will come, everybody will come. And all this happens within that 7 or 8 days. I think this is the only audit we complete within 8 days of appointment. All rest of the other audits, though we know the client for years together, like 15 years, 20 years, the company may be our client. But still we take 1 month or 2 months to complete that, right? But this is the only audit. Maybe it's because like we are so professional, the Reserve Bank and the banking community relies on our professionalism, relies on our intelligence. I take it that way only because whatever be the time which you are given, we do a professional work there. Isn't it? So we'll have to clap ourselves for that excellent job which we have been doing for this society. So since the time is so less, like within a week or 8 days, I'm reminded of a poem. I do not know how many of you would have read that. Elderly people would have definitely read a poem of a boy by name Solomon Grundy. Anybody knows that? You don't know? Yeah, many seniors would know, no? Yeah. He was born on Monday, christened on Tuesday, married on Wednesday, took ill on Thursday, was on Friday, died on Saturday and buried on Sunday. That's all. 1 week his life ends. So that is the bank audit which we do. Within a week we complete everything. Again, I like to congratulate every chartered accountant who does a professional work and excellent work within those 7 days possible. Nobody else can do, at least in our country. So thanks to that. Okay, maybe. So I'm a local person. I haven't visited other countries. I do not know. Maybe he knows that. So since he said, I'll say that. Anywhere in the world, nobody can do such an excellent job within that short period of time. That is what is the main thing, right? So the topic is that NPA identification. And we were told that the system itself identifies NPS, isn't it? Then what is our job then? Still we raise so many MOCs, right? And one more thing, let me tell you, like this is not a seminar where I come here and lecture and go. It is a workshop. It is an interactive workshop. So you learn something from me and I learn a lot from you. So let it be interactive, right? So I need your experience also so that I'll also learn, right? So what is that which we, beyond that system, how do we identify NPS which have not been identified already by the system? Because there are many MOCs, right? That is the most dreaded phrase for any banker is that MOC. Restructuring? What? No, system will identify even if it's a restructured account, isn't it? So please, if I'm wrong, please correct me, right? It is not that I'm an authority in bank, right? I also know to a certain extent, that is all. I have got an opportunity to stand here and explain it to you. You are explaining from there, that is all. That's the only difference. So please correct me if I am wrong, that restructured accounts also will be identified by the system if it becomes NPA, isn't it? So what is the job which we have then? Right. Okay. Now, can we have like this, so the types of loans, one is the fund-based, the other one is non-fund-based, right? In fund-based, you got term loans, right? What you said is true when you are going to do the audit of that cash credit accounts. Like in case of term loans, is there anybody in this audience like who have identified MOC in case of term loans also? Please share your experience, Lynn. Security shortage, right? How do you identify that? Okay. Have you really seen the security shortage like that by going through the documents? No, I have not seen. To be honest, I have not seen. It is all, hypothetically, it can happen. There is a chance of something like that, but I have not seen that. Yeah, it's a point, right? Security. Anything else in term loan? No, stock statement comes in the case of cash credit. I'm talking about term loans. Yeah, end use. Correct. Right. Anything else? Exactly. Who said that? Excellent. See, the first 2 points is, one is that non-payment of 3 EMIs, right? The second one is non-payment of, if there is no EMI, then you'll have to pay principal plus the interest, whatever is debited there. If there is no, if there is a non-payment of either principal or interest for the last 3 months or the 90 days, it becomes an NPA. But if the EMI figure is fed in the system wrongly, instead of 20,000, if it had been fed as 15,000, then the DP would be shown, the higher DP would be shown there, right? So we'll have to verify whether that EMI has been fed into the system correctly, but it is not possible to verify all the major accounts. Yes, sir. Okay. Oh. Okay. But EMI amount is fed correctly, but it is that yes column has not been. Oh. Start date is. Okay. So we are not learning only from me, we are learning from everybody. That is what I initially said. It is a workshop, interactive workshop. Yes, sir. Okay. The start date, as you said, the start date may be wrongly fed, the EMI amount would be wrongly fed. So these are all the, anything else? Exactly, moratorium period. If it is 6 months, if they had stated, if the start period of the moratorium ends in the month of 30th June, if they have stated it as 30th of September, then if they have not paid for the last 3 months, it will not show as DP. So these are all the things which we are supposed to see. Again, we cannot check this for all the term loan accounts which has been given. It is very, very difficult. At least select the major accounts. Right? Select major accounts and check that. And one more reason, one more situation when the term loan can become an NPA. Like, what is the other situation like? Change of interest rate, they would have fed there again. Yeah, I understand. So it's a wrong feeding of it. So one is the wrong feeding. The other one could be, these are the two situations which we have stated, like non-payment, like that is one. The other one, non-availability of the asset for which the term loan is given. Unless you go for on an inspection, it is not that easy. And I do not know how many term loans have become NPA like this. I don't think any term loan has become an NPA because it's very difficult to identify that the asset is there. Nobody, as I said, within that 7 days time, we cannot do everything, right? To a certain extent, we can do. So that is another situation where a term loan can become a NPA. Yeah, that is fine. That is fine. I'm just talking about the term loan only. That is fine. We'll come to that, right? And one more thing is like, if a person is, possessing the 3 house properties, like for 2 house properties, it will be, the interest rate will be on that normal residential housing. If I'm going to construct a 3rd house and if I'm going to go for a loan, I'll be charged an additional interest, like it is called as a commercial real estate under residential housing sector. So the interest rate, there is a difference of around 0.5 or 0.75% difference in the interest rate, I believe. So because of that, the account may become an NPA, because if the loan has been given some 5-6 years earlier, nobody has identified that, it may become an NPA this time. Like, so that we will have to verify. How do you verify that? In the CIBIL sheet, in the CIBIL statement, you will have how many loans he has taken for house property. But if he has constructed the house without taking any housing loan, then he will have to rely on the assets and liability statement which has been given by the auditor of that particular person. Otherwise, it is difficult. So in such a case, if it's a 3rd house property, it will be treated as a commercial real estate under residential housing. So there, the rate of interest changes. So these are the major things as well as the term loans are concerned. We are going to concentrate more on cash credit only, because that is where the problems can be identified and which were not identified. That normally escapes everybody's eyes. So that is what we are going to concentrate more in the future slides. Like, so basic things as far as the cash credit is concerned, again, non-payment of interest for more than 90 days. Then no transaction in the last 90 days. If there are no credits in the last 90 days, it will be treated as an NPA account. Okay, if the limit is 10 crores and the balance is only 8 crores, much less than the limit, there is no credit in that account. Will it still be treated as an NPA? Any other answer, like anybody says no? Why it should be? Because when the outstanding is much less than the what do you call? They have got the drawing power. Huh? I'm eligible to have 10 crores. It is already, see, I paid in advance. No, I paid in advance. In the previous month itself, I paid so much. So that is the reason instead of 10 crores, my account is around 5 crores or 6 crores. Why should be treated as... No, the last 3 months, no credit is there. Yeah, but the earlier month I've deposited so much, the limit, though the limit is 10 crores, my balance is there only 5 or 6 crores. Yeah, interest not service, I understand. No, interest not service in the sense, not paid in the last quarter, that is all. I've paid it in advance. If I say that I've paid it in advance, much advance. Correct, I accept that. But if somebody argues this way, see, what do they call as? The unit is working there, they've got sales, everything is there. Okay. No, I said my limit is 10 crores. I didn't say my drawing power is 10 crores, right? There's a difference between limit and the drawing power. Drawing power is calculated based on the inventory, debtors, and the creditors. So we do not know, since everybody accepts since there are no credits at all, definitely there is a problem in this company. So since there is a problem in the company, we do not know what is the drawing power. The limit may be 10 crores, but the drawing power may be 5 crores or 6 crores, nobody knows. So for that reason, if there are no credits, irrespective of the balance outstanding, which is less than the limit sanction, it will be treated as an NPA only. Similarly, the credit in the last 3 months, if it is less than the interest debited in the previous 90 days, if it is less than that, that will also be considered as a substandard asset only, though the outstanding is much less than the limit sanction, because we do not know what is the drawing power. Yes. That is removed. No, if the interest is not, credit for that, if the interest debited in the third quarter is 10 lakhs, if they have paid only 3 lakhs, to the extent of 3 lakhs, it will be considered as an income. The balance 7 lakhs, it will not be treated as an income, no? Correct. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. Please check. I do not know, because I thought, Now, when it was removed? No. April 25 circular I have taken from there. It is not right there. If it is 23, as he said, it will be because of COVID or something like that. It is still there. I've read the circular of April 25. I do not know if they have issued a circular later. If it is 23, no. If the third line also stands correct, right? Then the fourth one is balance exceeding DP for more than 90 days. So this is again, all this we'll see in the future slides, right? Then not renewed for more than 180 days. This is again a problem. You'll have to go through get into the system, identify. If it is not renewed, it gives you the detail of the item and accounts which have not been renewed, CC accounts which have not been renewed. But though it has not been renewed, if they have entered the renewed date there, it will not be shown as an NPA. So for those accounts, you'll have to verify the sanction letter, whether it has been renewed or not, so that you'll have to go through the file and then verify, make sure that it has been renewed. So this is one more problem there. In 23? No. Yeah, please. 25 circular I saw, April 25 I think. April 25 circular, it is available there. No, let them check. Please check yourself. April 25 circular, it is available, right? Then crop loans, again we'll discuss on while we go through this, we'll discuss about the crop loan also. We have got two types of crop loans, short-term and the long-term crop loans. And under what situation and circumstances they become NPA, we'll also look into that, right? Yeah. Yeah, that is allowed, I think, right? No. Within 3 months they'll do this, isn't it? Within 3 months they do that? Correct. Okay. Correct. Yeah, correct. Short renewal is made within 3 months, isn't it normally? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Once it crosses 180 days, whatever renewal you have, unless it's a perfect renewal, as he said, it will not be considered, isn't it? No, but if it crosses 180, yeah, correct. If it crosses 180, it will not be accepted. It has to be treated as NPA only. Yeah. Once it crosses 180 days. Yeah, that is all. I think that should not be accepted. It has to be a perfect renewal, not a short renewal. Correct. Yeah, of course, of course, of course, of course. Yeah, according to me, once it crosses 180 days, it will be treated as an Yeah, regular. No. Due date of renewal is there, no? Due date of renewal is there, no? From that 180 days, that is all. Forget about the short renewal or ad hoc renewal. The due date of renewal was there. From that date, within 180 days, it has to be renewed perfectly. If it is not done, it will be treated as an NPA. Correct. Original renewal date will be there. From that date, it should have been renewed within 180 days, right? So in case of non-fund based, as far as I know, we have got LC as well as that BG. If it is invoked and not paid within, made good within 90 days. Similarly, LC, if it is devolved and if it is not made good by the borrower within 90 days, it becomes an NPA, right? So as far as I said, no, like we are going to concentrate more on cash credit accounts because that is where the MOCs will be there definitely. And in my experience, if you have 10 cash credit accounts in the branch where you're going for auditing, at least 6 or 7 companies will not have drawing power. I can guarantee you that. That is my experience. I've done around 800 stock audit of around more than 800 companies. In my experience, whatever I've seen, there is no drawing power at all in majority of the companies. If you work it out properly, drawing power will not be there. Mostly. So, cash credit accounts, if you thoroughly scrutinize, definitely you will have many MOCs there. Right. So, this is what we are going to concentrate more on that. And I've just stated here what is the details to be collected and the data to be verified. So, as soon as you go, collect the monthly stock statements from March 25 to February 26. Why should we collect March 25? Because our period of audit is April 25 to March 26. Why should we collect March 25 stock statement? Huh? March statement? DP calculation of what? Any other answer? Huh? Exactly. That is what. That is the answer. Like the correct answer is like compare with the audited balance sheet figure because the drawing power in a bank, in a branch is calculated based on the figures given in the monthly stock statement. Invariably, it will be inflated, right? The drawing power will be inflated to the extent of that limit which has been sanctioned. So, to compare that with the balance sheet, we need that audited balance sheet. We will have that audited balance sheet and we will get that monthly stock statement of the month for the month of March. For that reason, we collect that. Then audited balance sheet I have stated. Then stock audit reports and ASM reports will be there. I think ASM in case of companies which has got an exposure of more than 100 crores, I think, isn't it? I don't know exactly. That's a special monitoring. It will be a quarterly audit by the chartered accountant. Stock audit will be once in a year. So you'll have stock audit reports of the company. If it's a bigger exposure, you'll have ASM audit reports. Go through that. Then in the stock statement, see, it is not that easy to prove that it is it's an NPA account in case of lack of drawing power. It's very difficult to prove that the company lacks drawing power, right? Because they may say that in the month of March 25 it was leather, but now they have improved the stock is. They have given the stock statement. We go by that stock statement. That's what they would say. So at least in the LFAR, I think in the LFAR you can at least make give a note sort of thing like. So these are all the problems which we have identified. It has to be clarified. So that sort of a note it is better to give so that tomorrow nobody questions us, right? So that's what we'll have to give it in the LFAR report. So these are the data which are normally required in a monthly stock statement. If you need to have the opening stock, receipt, issue, and closing stock of raw material, WIP, finished goods, traded goods, whatever it is. Because most of the companies, they just give one figure of stock. This is a closing stock, that is all. That should not be accepted. If it is stated, if it is given as just one particular figure, one single figure, please give a report. The LFAR level, beyond a certain level, we'll have to give a report, isn't it, in LFAR? Any exposure beyond 2 crores or something like that. The last 2 years I didn't do bank audit, so I don't remember that. 1 crore, is it? Okay, or? No, 1 crore, is it? 10 crores or 10%, is it? Okay. Yeah, large credit advances. Yeah, we'll have to give the details here. No, there we can state that these are all the problems which we face. I mean, the stock statement doesn't contain all this. I mean, for lack of this detail, we were not able to arrive at the figures, right? Then age-wise data. I'll let you know why we need all this, right? I mean, in the future slides and the slides which are going to come after this, I'll tell you why we need all these details. Like age-wise data is required. Then check for unsecured loans, advance from customers, advances paid and related parties. Unsecured loans, why should we bother about it? Because the security, the bank is not going to lose any security. The security is that the prime security will be stock as well as the debtors. Bankers are not going to lose any part of it. It's only an unsecured loan. Why should we bother about unsecured loan? Exactly. So the promoters who are supposed to bring in their own margin, they bring in their margin through this sort of unsecured loans. And presently, that many of the NBFCs are there, they give the loans left and right. So the margin of the promoters will not be there. Then as I said, so for that reason, we need to know what is that unsecured loan, what are the advance from customers. We'll have to, again, as I said, we'll have to state all this in the LFAR report. These are the details which are not required. For want of this, we are unable to arrive at the correct drawing power. Then March 25 stock statement, it has to be compared with the audited balance sheet. Invariably, the payables, the creditors will be understated in the monthly stock statement. Mostly the inventory as well as the debtors almost tally with the figures which is there in the audited balance sheet. But trade payables, the sundry creditors, what they show in the monthly stock statement, in most of the companies, it is understated only. So for that reason, that is the major reason why we verify the audited balance sheet. We'll work out, calculate the DP as per the audited balance sheet. Then we can compare with the DP as per the stock statement. Correct. Insurance policy? Yeah, yes. Yeah, that also we'll have to verify. Insurance policy we'll have to verify, right? Correct. Calculate drawing power based on audited balance sheet. If you calculate drawing power based on the audited balance sheet, will it be a correct one? Do you get a correct drawing power when you calculate drawing power from audited balance sheet? No, that is fine. No, but whatever figure you arrive at, can you confidently say that is correct? Why? Superb. That is all. Because we are supposed to consider the debtors of up to the cover period. Generally, it is 90 days. Very rarely, it is around 120. In case of infrastructure companies, they give it up to 180 days. Whereas in the balance sheet, you have the total debtors. So, but at least to a certain extent, as SAR said, like even considering the whole debtors, they will not have the drawing power. That is what I have seen. In spite of considering the 100% debtors, the company doesn't have that drawing power. Age-wise balance sheet will not give. Which company? Large companies, you mean? Age-wise, 180 days சொல்றீங்களா எது சொல்றீங்க? Not 90 days கிடையாது. சார் அது ரொம்ப வருஷமா இருக்கு சார். அது 180 days இட்ஸ் தேர் ஃபார் அ லாங் டைம். எனக்கு நினைவு தெரிஞ்ச நல்ல இருந்திருக்கு 180 days. அதை வச்சு தான் கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியாது. தட் இஸ் வாட் ஐ அம் ட்ரைங் டு சே. தேர் யூ ஹேவ் த டெட்டாஸ் ஆஃப் அப் டு 180 days, whereas the cover period as per the sanction letter is 90 days only. So the drawing power which you calculate based on the balance sheet will always be more. இல்லை அதை போட்டாலே they will not have the drawing power. As I said, they will not have the drawing power in spite of considering the total debtors. That is what my experience is, right? 31,320, we have stock statement, you have the audited balance sheet. If there is a significant difference between these two statements in the figures, like based on the stock statement, they will have the drawing power. Based on the audited balance sheet, they will not have the drawing power. If they have infused funds, let them prove that they have infused funds in this 1 year. Okay, let them prove that they have infused the funds or brought in some additional capital or whatever it is. It is their job to prove. Correct, that is all. Show me how the DPS, see, no. I understood, but there has to be an infusion of funds. How? Prove me, no. I am telling you it will not be there. If the DP is not there as on 31st March 25, you can confidently tell them the DP is not there as on today. Of course, it's a major indication. That is what no. That is what, sir. Prove me, show me that you have brought in more capital. Unless you bring in more capital, you will not have the drawing power. Otherwise, you will have to sell off the fixed assets, then put it into the working capital, right? Something has to be there, no? That we can identify. Yes, that is also there. If it is there, fine. Yeah, I can prove. I can prove with the balance sheet as well as the stock statement. Show me the profit, that is all. Show me the profit. Why not? They can give. What is there? In case of bigger companies, they can give. Otherwise, as I said, write it in the LFAR. Write it in the LFAR, that is all. No, they'll say that. No. Whatever I've seen, the manipulations, it's not in a smaller amount. Mostly, always it will be the manipulation will be in of larger amount, large scale only. So it is very easy to identify. Very easy to identify, and it will be very difficult. That is what. Yes. If still it is not possible, you got LFAR where you write, so that you save your skin, that is what. As I said, that in case of significant variation, it has to be, we'll have to talk to the branch and get the confirmation or any information from the company there. Yeah. They'll have to give, if it's beyond 5 crores or something like that, they'll have to, in the auditor's report, it will be there. So these are the trigger points, these are the trigger points where the CC account may not have the drawing power. One, lack of, most of the things will be available in the branch itself. You can sit in the branch and verify all this. Lack of transactions. 1 or 2 slides after that, we'll have case studies. It'll be a little more interesting. Don't worry, right? Because it's an afternoon session, I know that. So, lack of transactions in the account. Excess stock holding of WIP. This is the most misused stock item as far as the cash credit is concerned or any balance sheet is concerned, right? Most misused item, WIP, because it's very difficult to physically verify, but there are ways to verify that also. There are ways to verify that. Now, at least to a certain extent. So, whatever I do is, to the extent of at least 90 to 95%, what I do will be perfect. That's all. I cannot give you a 100% perfect figure, right? At least to the extent of 90%, my figure will be right. And the manipulation will be beyond that. And significant difference, we have seen this. Stock held with third parties. The problem happens mostly in case of jewelers, like they give gold to the bar, the bullion to the job workers. Then normally it comes back within 15 days or something like that. In case of antique jewelry, it may take maybe 30 days or 40 days. Otherwise, within 15 days, they get back, right? But I have done a stock audit of a company where 70% of the total stock was maybe around 400 crores or something like that. 70% was said to have been with the job workers, which was wrong. I mean, adukapra the NPA vaicha, I mean, it isn't a big problem, right? So this is what they have been declaring. It has escaped. I do not know whether to call it as escaped. Escaped the eyes of the statutory of the company, escaped the eyes of the statutory of the auditor of that particular branch, escaped the eyes of the stock auditors. It has been escaping for so much, I mean, for such a long time. 70% of the total stock was said to have been available with the job workers, which is absolutely, I mean, if I'm permitted, I could say ridiculous. It is not possible at all. Then loans from other bank finance, other than bank finance, as I said, NBFCs, they give so much of loan. So it shows out, or it means that there is a liquidity crunch in the company if there are going to be many loans other than the bank finance. Then excess overdue receivables. Beyond the cover period, if the receivables are high, then again it shows a problem. There is a lack of, the collection mission is not that good. The company may go into a problem, or already it's there in a problem. Right? Then adverse remarks, as I said, we'll have to collect stock audit ASM. These are the reports which you'll have to collect as soon as you go to the branch. Like adverse remarks, whatever is there in the stock audit, please go through that. ASM audit, concurrent audit, and inspection reports. So all this will help us to identify within the short span of time. Again, the only problem here is that very short span of time of 7 days or 8 days. So within that, so all this will help us to identify. Stoppage of business, once you go there, only then you will come to know. Huge cash withdrawals, if it is there, you can identify from the system itself. If there is a change in statutory auditor, definitely there could be some problem. Mostly. Forget about that 5-year limit. Other than that, if there is a change in statutory auditor, mostly there may be a problem like. Then frequent excess drawings in the account, right? So this is what is the major thing. What do you do to calculate drawing power? How do you calculate drawing power? Okay. Okay, fine. That is all. So what are the, I mean, what do you mean by creditors? Who will be the creditors? Trade payable. Other than that? Super. Advance received. What installments? No, that will not be calculated for drawing power. So that will not be treated as a bank finance for comparing with the drawing power. That is different. Advance from customers like this. Okay, let's go through this, right? This is how I normally used to do. From inventory, these are the items which will be reduced, like old stock or obsolete stock or any stock which is more than 1 year. It will be treated as a old stock and it will not be considered for the purpose of drawing power. How do you identify? Again, the constraint of time is all there, right? If the system is, if the accounts are maintained in SAP, you will get that old stock. The aging of stock will have. Similarly, other ERP softwares also will have that, I think. So from the system, once you go for inspection from the system, you can get the stock of more than 1 year. That has to be reduced. Then sundry creditors. I'll come to a different slide. What are all the items which we consider as sundry creditors? Then LC, because some of the companies, once they give LC, they debit creditors and credit LC account. I've seen such company accounts also. So if you are going to consider only creditors, it will get reduced to the extent of LC. So in that case, the LC figure also has to be reduced because LC, it's nothing but the sundry creditors. So that also has to be reduced for calculating the paid up stock. Then as most of you said, advance from customers. So that will be the paid up stock. The margin is some percentage. You will have DP against stock. And PCFC for this packing credit, whether it's local or foreign currency or buyer's credit, the DP against stock alone is the DP. You should not consider debtors for that. But all the banks consider the total drawing power for PCFC also, PCFC also. You will have to consider only paid up stock alone because it's only a pre-shipment credit. So you'll have to consider only the stock which is available there. So in that case, the company may not have the drawing power there again. Then comes the receivables within the cover period. Then we deduct bills discounted, because some of the companies will have the discounting facility. They'll discount the bills and they'll credit to bills discounted account. They'll not credit to debtors, because they don't need to credit to debtors, because unless they receive money from their customers, they'll not credit the debtors account. They'll show it under bills discounted account. So that has to be reduced from the cover period receivables. Then commission payable. What is that? Commission payable has to be reduced, I'd say. What is that? Good. Sales commission. See, I may be selling this within Chennai at 100 rupees. But if I'm going to sell to Bangalore or somewhere else where I have got a selling agent, so I may be selling it at 120 or 130, whereas I'll have to pay him another 10 rupees or something like that as commission. So the commission which is payable to the agent there is factored in the selling rate. So because of that, my debtors goes up. So to that extent, whatever commission which I'll have to pay, I'll have to reduce it. So this is how we calculate the drawing power. Yeah, tell me. For the overall DP, yes, it will be adjusted, but for that they'll not have you will not have any DP. So for to that extent, that extra percentage will be charged. Rate interest. Any answer for that? Because எனக்கும் புதுசா இருக்கு இப்ப கேட்கும்போது டக்குன்னு. Any answer for that? Final தானே? All right. So you mean to say that the company doesn't have drawing power then? Specific terms in the sense for PCFC, it's only the stock which will be considered for drawing power, PC. Okay. Correct. For stock. Correct. ஆமா இருக்கு. His question is, if you combine both, there will be a drawing power. Rather, you'll have to penalize the customer. இல்ல சார், பிசி வந்துட்டு வெறும் ஸ்டாக் தான் அதுக்கு. Yeah. So, இது certain banks கொடுக்கறதெல்லாம் கிடையாது. It has to be the same for all the banks. That is all. I know that CMA basis they consider. His question is completely different. You are talking about the level of sundry creditors which has to be considered. Only State Bank consider that creditors which is beyond CMA level, which is illogical according to me. I have told them many times, but they are happy with that. So that is completely different. His question is whether if there is no DP against stock and you have got so much of DP against debtors, whether it will be combined. That is what his question is. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் லாஜிக்கலி the customer has to be given that what advantage like combined as a company he has got the drawing board definitely, but again stock alone he doesn't have the drawing board, maybe charge him extra for the OOD or whatever it is, but as a company he has got the drawing board. That is what I believe, I feel. So this is how we'll have to calculate the drawing power. And some of the misrepresentations are frauds which are done by the companies. Based on the documents we can identify. As I said, the WAP stock is the most misused item. We have got a case study for that. I'll tell you how it has been, how it can be verified like. Then this fourth, this we may skip, I think. This is about that unbilled revenue. Very few companies, if we find time, if you have time, we'll discuss about that unbilled revenue. Otherwise, we'll just skip that because majority of the companies will not have that. Very, very, very few companies like the infrastructure companies will have that unbilled revenue. So we'll skip for the time being. Then if we find time, we'll just get into that. Receivables aging. So why do we need that aging of debtors? We'll find out how the evergreening of debtors is being done there. So that also we'll just check. So that is another. Evergreening of debtors is one sort of manipulation. Inflation of WAP is one sort of manipulation. And the fake bills, okay, I'm not talking about it. Payables, understatement of payables, another manipulation. Then finished goods, valuation of the stock, there is again the problem there. So these are all some of the problems which we have. The manipulations which are done by the companies like. Okay, so stock, we'll go one by one. Stock, then debtors, and then creditors. Then we'll complete that, CC, we'll go to the crop loan then, right? So as far as the stock is concerned, as I said, the WAP can be identified, can be calculated based on the production days. Number of days it takes for a particular item to get produced. Based on that, we can arrive at the WAP to a certain extent, in the sense at least 90-95% it will be correct if you are going to calculate in that fashion. Then again, comparing with raw materials and finished goods, again I'll explain it with a case study there. Physical verification, I don't think it is possible now. In case of stock audit, it is possible. Now, with the time which we have, it is not possible, I believe, physical verification. Even in stock audits, I have seen that physical verification has not helped me in identifying manipulations at all. It's only the documents which is available with you. Those are the documents which has helped me to arrive at the or identify the manipulations or the frauds. Physical verification, very, very rarely, it helps us to identify the problems. It's not mandatory. Because we cannot do. There is no time at all. Even in case of stock audit, it's only random which they are asking for us to do. Otherwise, in case of a statutory audit, I don't think it is possible for us to verify the stock physically. And verifying one or two stocks, it's of no use at all. It's better not to verify the stock and waste our time there at all. That's what I feel. Then stock, on the basis of the stock holding period, we can again identify the manipulations. Okay, straight away we'll just go to the one particular case study of a marine company. This is about stock holding period, right? So I've just given 2-month statements there. This is about a prawn export, fish export company. So there is a problem. Please tell me where the problem is. I'm talking about the stock statement. There is a problem with the stock statement, right? The company is, it's not an agriculture. I do not know much about that, whether it's an agricultural activity or not. I'm telling you that there is a problem in the stock statement. Okay. But still, as I said, I'm not an authority in this. So I know certain things. I'm just telling you that is all. There is, this is with regard to the arriving at the drawing board. It's a cash credit account. So if you want to do all this you need at least 1 or 2 months to complete the audit. Stock audit is it? Stock audit we can do, sir. We can do a lot in stock audit. No. I mean, I don't have time now. I can talk about that because since I've done so much, we can do wonders in stock audit. So what is the problem in this? There is a problem. With the receipt, is it? Okay. Correct. Correct. Now, what is the lifespan of frozen fish? No. What is the lifespan of a frozen fish? 2 years. But in spite of that, there is a problem in this. You rightly said, I mean, that is the point, like. எல்லா இடத்துலையும் இல்லை, ஒரு ஐட்டம்ல தான் இதில் ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு. ஆமாம் இருக்கு, ஆனால் இல்லை இவ்வளோ ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லை. இந்த ஒரு ஐட்டத்தில் we have got huge problem in one particular item. Frozen fish, right? See, this is what we call a stock holding period. Based on the average month consumption, how many months stock which they are holding there. You see that in the first month, frozen fish, the issues is around just 5,320 kgs, right? And the closing stock is 553, which means 100 months, isn't it? So, which is not possible. They cannot have 100 months in the sense it comes to 8 years, right? The lifespan itself is only 2 years. But based on 1 month, if you are going to calculate, then even this cuttlefish also is. But so that's what you should not go by 1 month consumption. For the sake of space, I've just given you only 2 months. You'll have to check the last 6 months consumption actually, because sometimes it differs like. They'll hold stock. So last 6 months consumption, you just take, calculate the average of it. So how many months stock you have? So based on that, we can arrive at the figures like. So you can see that months, number of months of issues maintained as stock. First one is 33 cuttlefish in the month of January, but in the month of February it has become 4. So there's nothing wrong in that. 1 month they have not sold, the next month they have sold it. Whereas only in the case of frozen fish, it is so much like in the first month it was 104, the second month it was 66. So there was no stock at all. So when we go for stock audit, as you said, when we go for stock audit, I just rely on the documents. That is all. With this document, I could identify that definitely the stock is not there. I don't know how many of you have gone for a physical verification of a prawn factory, prawn company. Was it possible? Was it so easy to verify the stock? Okay, exactly. இல்லை நார்மல் வந்து -25, என்ட்ரன்ஸ்லேயே ஸ்டாக் ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும். சார் ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது சார் ஸ்டாக்குன்னுவாங்க, உங்கள் உள்ளே போக முடியாது. ஆமாம் அப்படி தான். தட் இஸ் ஆஃப் தி ஸ்டாக் தேர். எல்லாம் இங்கே ஃப்ரண்ட்டில் வச்சுருவாங்க. யூ கேனாட் கெட் இன் சைட் அட் ஆல். உள்ளே போனாலும் அட் த மோஸ்ட் ஐ குட் ஸ்டாண்ட் ஹார்ட்லி ஃபார் 2 minutes ஆர் சம்திங் லைக் தட். ஐ வில் கம் அவுட். கொஞ்ச நேரம் கழிச்சு திருப்பேன் அகெயின் ஐ கெட் இன். அந்த மாதிரி தான் இருக்கும். பட் இதில் பார்த்தீங்க, தட்ஸ் வாட் ஐ யூஸ் டு டெல். Normally manipulations are not done at a smaller level at all. So நமக்கு ரொம்ப 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 easy to identify the manipulations. 100 வந்துட்டு they will not show it as 120 or 130, they will show it as 1000. So we should be happy the way the manipulations are being done. It's very easy to identify the manipulations. That is how they do. In the case la பாத்தீங்கன்னா, so much of stock is there. And there was a chart there outside that anybody could say that there is a mistake in this. Not a mistake, it's a fraud, it's a manipulation. There will not be so much of stock. So on the chart, you can see that how many racks are there, what is the total weight which the godown can hold. Based on that, it's too much. Actually, then I asked for that lifespan of it. Actually, when I verified, the stock which I verified, the same thing, it was 69 month stock they were stated as holding it. 69 month stock. It was not there at all. On the rack, full, even if it is full, there's nothing like this. And the lifespan, when the lifespan is only 2 years, at the most they can have it for 6 months or 8 months or something like that, because they'll have to export, then it has to go to another dealer or somewhere there, then it has to go to the hotel or house, or so many things are there, no? So within 6 months or something like that, they'll have to push it off from here. So based on this stock statement, based on the stock holding period, it is romba simple, but so many things are there. Based on the stock holding period, you can identify definitely there is a mistake in this. Sitting on your desk, you can identify many problems. You don't need to go to the borrower at all. Based on the stock statements as well as the balance sheet, audited balance sheet, and the transactions, whatever it is, you can identify so many problems there. So this is one way of identifying. So based on this, the drawing power was reduced immediately. They cannot have so much of stock. So the drawing power was reduced and it has become an NPA error. This was the first month it was 33, 104 and 12. But in the second month you could see that 33 has become just 4 and 12 has become 6. 104 remained as 66. So that stock was an inflated one, highly inflated one. And this is, what do you call it? This doesn't happen regularly. In one large company, this had happened. This is a stock statement again. Huh? Other than that, just by going, again, as I said, it has escaped the eyes of the statutory auditor of the company, the statutory auditor of the bank, the branch woman who audited that branch, everybody, I do not know. This is not an exaggerated figure, it's the exact figure. I mean, the rate is an exact figure, which is what I've stated there. Maybe the quantity all will be different, right? But the rates are the exact figure which I've stated, it's not an exaggerated figure. No, sir, this has been done wantonly. This has been done wantonly. Assistant cannot do this. No, that is fine. That is fine. So that is all normal. We don't get into we don't get so deep into that, right? Adala normal then. But this is the way they have calculated. Like 2,230, they said it is a prototype, sir. If it's a prototype, you'll have to calculate it. You cannot show it as a stock. Then they said it's a sample. Then sample means we have used higher quality items. How can a sample be of a higher quality when the normal product of a different quality? It cannot be. It has to be the same, no? So this is the answer they gave. Finally, actually, so many pieces were there. These were all rejected pieces, excess pieces which were available there. And finally, the 176 crores was valued at 1.6 crores. Large company, very large company, but still going good. I verified it around 10, 11 years before. Still going good. But it means that they are running the company with the funds of the bankers as well as others, not their own margin. But I do not know what happened to that company, but still going good only. The company is good, doing good now, even now. What is it? Interest is there, no, but something happens someday, no, I do not know what will happen. And everybody will be put into problem, no. That's a problem. No, too risky, but anybody can identify immediately, no. You have only 3-figure rate there, suddenly a 4-figure rate there. How can it be? The manipulation, they don't care, they don't bother to, somebody may call it as a scientific way, no manipulation I've seen were scientific. Very simple and anybody can identify. Those are the manipulations. Sir, the bank official, bank officials, sir, we receive stock statement, enter the figure there, file it, that's all. Most of the banks, they don't verify. They go, they'll go just see whether the company is running there, everybody is there, that is all. What else they can do? Exactly, true, very true. Very true. Yeah, they are interested in retaining the advance. Other than prayer problem, they want that advance, they don't, at any cost they want to retain that advance, they don't want to leave it up. So for that reason, sometimes they go to any extent, but ultimately, as he said, on the stage cross action, nobody could do anything. At that point of time, everybody will be called, everybody will be put into problems. So that's what the 2,230 valuation, that is where they made that inflated one. Sundry data. So stock as far as full cover because it will be very difficult to cover the whole portion of stock. The major portion, whatever we can see when we go for an audit, I mean for a branch statutory audit, I've covered there, that's all. Sundry data. First one is the cover period data which you are supposed to consider, not beyond that. Then receivables considered for DP. In some of the cases like the bank, in the bank sanction letter, they would have stated that receivable from related party will not be considered for calculating drawing power. That is there. Have you seen it? Have anyone seen that? In sanction letter, they have stated that. Yeah, very rarely it happens, not regularly, rarely it is there. Like receivable from related party will not be considered as receivable, I mean, for the purpose of drawing power. அது இருக்கும் இருந்தாலும் sanction letter அப்படி கொடுத்துருக்கும்போது we couldn't do anything, that is all. The evergreening of debtors, we'll have a slide for that. Brewer and distillery companies is again a unique thing, like you don't have GST, that is also, there's a what you call slide is there, I'll explain there. In case of companies charging AMCs, companies which do annual maintenance contract work, what do they do? Yeah, they bill in advance. They receive money in advance. I need an interaction, like, except it's a post-lunch session, but still. Yeah, the deferred revenue will be there. Like, I mean, for example, in the month of October, if they are going to raise a bill for 1 lakh as AMC, 50,000 will be considered as a revenue in the month, in the year 2025-26. The balance 50,000 will be considered as a revenue in the next year, right? So, to the extent of that advance money which you have received there, that has to be reduced from your receivable if it is there, or your inventory or whatever it is. So, in case of AMCs, any deferred revenue, advance income received has to be considered as sundry creditors and reduced there. Got it? Yeah, any doubts? எனக்கு பிடிச்ச இடம் back bench. Any no more doubt, no doubts there? Because I used to sit there always. Any doubt, please ask me. Then advance from customers, which we discussed, because unless you consider that advance from customer, because the money which they receive, though it is unsecured portion, though the, there's no reduction in the security as far as the bank is concerned, the amount which they have received, see, the working capital is not, drawing power is worked not just on the basis of inventory, debtors, and creditors. Because if somebody else has given the money, why should the bank give money? There's no need for the bank to fund them, because it amounts to double financing, right? So bankers need not give that at all. So for that purpose, we'll have to reduce that advance from customers. Then disclosure of total debtors. Some of the smaller companies, they don't disclose the total debtors in their monthly stock statement. They just state the cover, within the cover period, this is a figure within the cover period, that is all. Is that okay for us? Anybody? Anybody at the back? Everybody is a friend here, that's all. Nothing special. Just because I stand here, I said I accepted, no? So he asked me a question, I didn't know the answer. Nothing wrong in not knowing, please. Especially youngsters are there at the back, I don't know. தைரியமா கேட்கலாம், எனக்கும் ஓரளவுக்கு தான் தெரியும், அவ்வளவுதான். So disclosure of debtors, if total debtors is not disclosed in the monthly stock statement, what is the problem? Because for drawing power, we need the debtors up to the cover period. We are happy with that. Why do we need disclosure of total debtors? It should be? Okay. Correct. No, what I'm trying to say is if the up to the cover period it's around 20 crores or something like that. But the total debtors is 30 crores. They will have to disclose 30 crores there. But they have disclosed only 20 crores, party wise they have given me. The other 10 crores beyond 90 days, whatever is outstanding, they have not given me. Given me in the sense given to the bank. What is the problem there? Correct. Cannot match with your balance sheet of audited balance sheet of March 25, which is definitely required, because if it is not there, it cannot be matched. We will not know whether they have given the right figure there or not. Good. Then, why do we need that? Do we need it, or if we need it, why do we need that? Correct. A potential bad that somebody said, yes. And another point sir said is like, it may be because of the fake bill raised. So by raising that fake bill, they would have got that inflated drawing power in the earlier period. So these are the, once they disclose the total debtors, and if the debtors beyond the cover period is too high, it means that the collection mission is not that good. Number one. Number two, as sir said, like it could be because of the fake bills raised on those customers. So many reasons are they have collected and not accounted for. So many things are there. Or they have collected and credited to some other account and not to debtors account. That is, I have seen that also. They have collected money from a customer. They have credited to a loan account instead of crediting the debtors. So by that way, that the debtors was always high. So many reasons are there. So unless you have the figure of the total debtors, you cannot know what is the real picture there. So for that reason, we need the disclosure of total debtors. Then retention money is there. Everybody know about the retention money there, especially in case of infrastructure companies. The around 5% or 10% of the bills which have been raised will be paid after 1 year or something like that. Unless it is specifically stated in the sanction letter, we need not consider the retention money for the purpose of drawing power, because it is receivable after 1 year only normally. Then turnover discount, what is this? What is the turnover discount? Where do you see this turnover discount? In which companies do you see this? Distributorship. Correct. Good. Huh? Yeah. So wherever you have the dealership, no, like she said perfectly, like distributorship. The dealership, distributorship will come over. Normally based on the offtake, a discount is given at the end of the year. Some other companies give it on a monthly basis also. So the turnover discount, unless it is calculated, so that has to be reduced from the receivable of that company. If the receivable from a particular company may be a crore or something like that, they may be eligible for a turnover discount of 10 lakhs or 15 lakhs. So that 15 lakhs has to be reduced from the receivable of 1 crore. Only 85 lakhs will be eligible for calculating drawing power. So the turnover discount has to be reduced. If it is an FMCG company or the company with so many retailers, I mean dealers or wholesale distributors or whoever it is, definitely turnover discount will be there. So if you happen to, if one of the cash credit borrowers in the branch which you are going to audit is an FMCG company or a dealership company, please see this, that turnover discount has to be reduced from debtors for calculating drawing power. Then loan received, as I said, receiving the money from the customer but relating to loan received. This I have seen in my experience. So that is the reason I have stated here. Then collection through distributor. The wholesale distributor will be there. He will collect the money from the other smaller distributors or retailers. He will pay the money to the company. When the company receives, it will be credited to the distributor. But bills will be raised individually on the retailers. So my debtors will be always high unless I apportion the amount received. Am I speaking fast or is it fine? The amount received from the distributor has to be credited in the right way to the different retailers. Only then you will have that correct receivable there. So in case of distributorship, company which has distributors or dealers, main dealers, wholesale distributor, somebody, it has to be you'll have to verify that point also. Similarly, company with branches. I sell to a company in my office is in Chennai. I sell to a company which is in Bangalore. I have a branch at Bangalore, but I am selling it. I have raised a bill on that Bangalore company. I have a branch at Bangalore. My Bangalore branch would have received the money. Okay. what I should do is, I'll have to debit my Bangalore branch and credit that customer. But that doesn't happen. So in the Madri, when you have those branches, what you'll have to see is, verify the total trial balance. When you see the total trial balance, the total of that, what you call branch accounts, it should become nil. One will be showing a debit, the other will be showing a credit, it has to be nil. So unless that is there, if that inter-branch has not been reconciled and it is not zero, please give a note on that. So there is a problem in there. So this is as far as the debtors are concerned. This is about the evergreening of debtors. I'll give you 3 months statements here. This is the statement of only one customer, right? You'll have some 100 customers or 40 or 50 number of customers will be there. I've just culled out one particular customer's figure and stated here. This is for the month of February. And I've given December, January, February. Tell me, is there any problem in this? There is a problem. This is about just one customer. That is all. கேஸ் இருந்தால் நான் கொஞ்சம் ரெஸ்ட் எடுத்துக்கலாம். ஓகே, அதில் தப்பு இல்லையா? அந்த மாதிரி ஆகலாம். As I said earlier, like from the documents, you can identify many things. Like based on the SOC statements, I checked this, I verified this, I understood there is a problem in this, and on the company, they said, sir, we have shifted from Tally to Oracle. So it's very difficult to give you access to the books of account because set agala the problem la sonnanga. So then I asked them just for one company's account, that is all. Adala we could identify. And another problem, based on the SOC statement, I could see that there is a problem. புரியல எது சார்? யாரா ஒருத்தர் கரெக்டாக சொல்லு. எந்த மந்த்? ஓகே. Superb. That is the problem. Simple. See, in December, you have left the previous month. In December, up to 30 days is 20 lakhs or crores or whatever it is, right? Then, in the month of January, outstanding between the period 31 to 60 can be either 20 or less than that. It cannot be 24. Similarly, up to 30 days in the month of January is 30. So in the month of February, between 31 to 60, it can be either 30 or less than 30. If they have recovered something, it has to be less than 30, correct? Is that doubt? Doubt இருந்தா கொஞ்சம் சொல்லுங்க. நீங்க சொன்னதை எனக்கும் தெரியும். You understood this? இதை போட்டு காட்டுறோம். Now we can see that 20, it has become 24. I have sold something in the month of December, right? So if it is within 30 days in the month of December, January, it will be shown between in the period, in the bucket, age bucket 31 to 60, correct? December 30 days, January, it will be in the age bucket of 31 to 60. February, it will be in the age bucket of 61 to 90, correct? கொஞ்சம் கரெக்டாக சொல்லுங்க, எதாவது புரியுதா? கேட்குறீங்களான்னு எனக்கு தெரியணும், வேற ஒன்றும் இல்லை. So if it is 20 in the month of December, the 30 days, that is the month they have sold it, correct? They have raised the bill in the month of December to the extent of 20 crores. Then in the month of January, it will be shown under the age bucket 31 to 60. It has to be either 20 or less than that if they have recovered any money, collected any money from them. But they have shown it as 24 there. Next month, it has become, as he said, 30 of January has become 35 subsequent month. ஸோ இதை பார்த்த உடனே there is a problem in the தெரிஞ்சு because you cannot go through the accounts completely. You cannot go through all the debtors accounts here. Whereas just by going through the stock statement, you can identify where the problem is, then go to the company and just ask for that particular customer. In the figures have been changed. The company which I verified, it was supposed to be in the age bracket of 120 to 150. They showed it under 90, so I knew it was wrong. The balance was around 18 crores, right? They only said that they have shifted from Tally to Oracle, so it is difficult, all that. Then I asked them, I just need the ledger account of only this particular company, and they gave me that. Much to my surprise, even that 18 crores was collected actually. The collected money of 18 crores, they were showing under 90 days, and they were they have inflated the drawing power and enjoying the bank finance. So the stock statement, you can identify many things like sitting on your desk, you can identify. You don't need to go to the customer, your borrower at all. Certain things you'll have to go, that's a different thing. But major things you can identify sitting on your desk only with the stock statement and the balance sheet. You don't need anything else. Many things you can identify sitting here based on these two documents alone. So this is how they do that evergreening. Like, எப்போ பார்த்தாலும் அந்த 90 days whatever is required, it will be there. So this is why I ask for aging. If they don't give me aging, if they state it is below 90 days and more than 90 days, it will be very difficult for me to identify. So for this reason, you need up to 30 days, 31 to 60, 61 to 90, then whether it's 91 to 180, 180 to 365, more than that. So we need aging of debtors for this specific purpose, so that if there is any evergreening of debtors, we can identify that. Got it? Yeah, then the smaller companies, they do that. Koncha bigger companies give. Koncha large companies, in the sense they give. I mean, at least over 20 crores, 30 crores, I think they give the aging, I think. UBR, if time permits, I'll talk about this, because plus many of you may not need for this particular audit. This is about distillery and brewery. This is faster than normally we have, in case of other companies, GST would be charged. Every company, they charge GST, isn't it? Except this liquor companies, they don't charge GST. They charge VAT and excise duty. So you don't have that GST. So idhula pathina, the distillery brewery, debtors of up to 30 days was considered for drawing power in that particular company. But the customer who was taskmark was paying within 14 days itself. Okay. These are the receivable figures from September to February. Every month I have given you the receivable figure. Next month, next statement you can just see. If the value of that liquor is 100, the excise duty is, all these figures were of maybe 6-7 years before. I do not know whether there is a change in the percentage, right? Normally it is around this. 40% of the excise duty. So 100 becomes 140. Then 58% was the VAT charged on that. That comes to another 80 or 81, something like that. So total for a 100 rupee liquor worth bottle, the bill will be for 221. The receivables, I've segregated that like excise duty. What is the portion of that excise duty in that receivable? VAT, if you add that excise duty, 16 plus 32 plus 39, it comes to 87, right? So I've segregated the figures of that receivable figure. So these are the three figures. Whether you can, what is the figure which you can consider for drawing power? Why? Okay. So you mean to say that, for example, if this is outstanding in the month of February, turnover, debtors and receivable. The debtors it considers everything, no? Correct. Okay, is he right or what? Is there any other answer for that? Partly right, partly right. Is there any other answer? Yeah, that is what he also said, but I think we have got a different answer for that, slightly different. He says only the, what you call, sales portion has to be considered, not the excise duty as well as the VAT. Bank? Government, that's correct. That is what he says. No, what has to be considered in the month of February, whether we'll have to consider 90 or 41 or what? Right. Exactly. Sir, he has given an answer. Sir, he has given an answer. சொல்லுங்க சார் நீங்க சொல்லுங்க. VAT pay பண்ண மாட்டோம். Excise duty would have been paid. Unless you pay excise duty, you cannot remove the goods from the factory. So you are right. And the excise duty matram will have to add for the purpose of drawing, calculating the drawing power. Like இப்போ இங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா 41 plus 16, 57 will be considered for drawing power purpose, not the VAT. So to that, on the extent, we should not consider. This is only in the case of a distillery company or brewery company. Again, it's a rare phenomenon as far as our work is concerned. So in the VAT matram, it will not be, you will not. Idhal enna problem na, they receive money within 14 days, right? The full month VAT plus next month they pay on 20th. Next 20 days raise pandrathu adum 14 days la vandrum. So much of money they were having. The problem is, if you are flushed with money, you feel like investing somewhere. That is where the problem crops up, right? So much of money they were flushed with. There bank loan irundhudu. இருக்குது பேங்க் லோன் இருக்குது. அதான் திருப்பி லேண்டு. ஒரு ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் நம்ம ரீசெண்டாக பார்த்தனால they have invested in land, huge money. And sundry creditors, after this we'll go to that prop loan or something. Sundry creditors. So these are the items which we are supposed to look into, or many will have to consider. Right? One is the trade payable. What is the trade payable? Any amount which you will have to pay for the goods. Yeah, purchases. Against purchases, whatever money we'll have to pay, there will be trade payable. And what I have experienced is all companies show only the trade payables. If at all that they show properly. Even that they understand. That's a different question. But other items they have not shown at all as sundry creditors. Job workers, amount payable to job workers. We'll have to consider, no? As sundry creditors. Any other answer? Again, the other answer, koncham kodunga yaradu pinnadi. என்ன இப்படி கேட்டபோது நான் கஷ்டப்பட்டேன், அதனால தான் உங்களை கேட்குறேன், வேற ஒன்றும் இல்லை. பின்னாடி உட்காரும்போது exactly it is valued. No, I give my raw material to a job worker. He does some job and gives it back to me. So the value raises from 100 to 150 or something like that. No, the value increases. So any amount payable to the job worker has to be considered as a sundry creditor. Nobody considers, nobody gives that figure as under sundry creditors. Nobody. Then transportation. Same answer, like, when we value raw material or whatever it is, we add the carriage inward, isn't it? For valuation of raw material, do we add the carriage inward, isn't it? So since the value goes up, this has to be considered as a sundry creditor. Then purchase bills not accounted for. This is one part of it, like GRN prepare pannirpanga. Purchase bills wouldn't have been accounted. If it's SAP, it comes in the trial balance as GRIR and the figure vandrum. So that also has to be considered as creditors. Like GRN has been prepared, your stock has gone up, your stock value has gone up. So to that extent, bills were not accounted for. So other vandittu we'll have to consider as sundry creditors. Then goods in transit. Many people add goods in transit to the closing stock. But we'll have to verify. What is that we'll have to verify in case of goods? If goods in transit is shown as stock, then another column will be goods in transit, 1 crore or 2 crores. The total figure will be considered as stock. What is that? We'll have to verify, check in that case. Somebody said, right? Yeah. In most of the cases, they wouldn't have accounted the purchase bill at all. Isn't it? Most of the cases, they wouldn't have accounted for the purchase bill at all. They'll show it as a goods in transit. In that case, you'll have to create a liability for that. So that has to be considered as a creditor again. And this in one or two companies I've seen, checks issued but not presented. The limit was hardly 10 crore. Assume that limit is 10 crores. When I verify the books of accounts of the borrower, the CC account showed around 12 crores or 13 crores. It cannot be. So what they have done is, they have shown as if they have issued checks to the creditors. Alright? So the creditors comes down by another 2-3 crores there. By that way, their drawing power goes up. But if I am going to state in my, to the bank, if I am going to give the drawing power stating that bank finance is 13 crores, அவர் என்ன பார்த்து கேட்பார், சார் the limit itself is 10 crores, how can you say it as 13 crores தான் கேட்பார். So அவங்க என்ன கேட்குறாங்களோ இல்லையோ, they'll think that I have given the figure wrongly and they'll have their own figure in bank finance. They'll think that everything within the drawing power, they've got the drawing power, required drawing power. That is what they will think. So in that case, please அது செக் பண்ணணும்னா the issued but not presented, we will have the figures. Whatever has been shown as issued to the creditors, that has to be considered as sundry creditors. Then wrong classification, okay, let's forget about it. In case of hospitals, what are the payables? If the borrower is in hospital, what are the payables? Somebody said, right. Payables for the purpose of drawing power. What do you consider as payables for the purpose of drawing power? Correct. Somebody already said. Medicines purchase bill இருக்குது, so that will be treated as a creditor. But amount payable to the consultants, not to the regular doctors, to the consultants. So that was really huge. I had a branch at Mumbai for this. The GM who was here got transferred as CGM there. He wanted me to open up a branch. I had it only for 3 years. அப்புறம் பண்ண முடியல, closed it in Canberra. அங்கே ஒரு பெரிய ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் நான் பார்த்தேன். Huge money was payable to the consultants. When I considered that as a creditor, because the amount which the consultants charge, that will be charged to their customers, their patients. That was treated as receivables, because mostly insurance companies or corporate clients will be there. So அதெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு it was shown as receivables, but huge money was payable to the consultants. When I reduced that, the hospital did not have the drawing power at all. Huge money was there. அங்க இருந்தது, அந்த நான் பாம்பேல பார்த்தபோது இருந்தது. Huge money was payable. So this, when you look at a borrower who is a hospital, please, whatever I'm trying to say is, whenever you see this sort of a client, just have this in your mind. இது வந்து நான் already, it has been given to this, what do you call, institute. அதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, just go through that whenever you go for an audit like this, whether this branch audit or stock audit either இருந்தாலுமே, just go through this. These are all, if you are going to go to a hospital, this is what I'll have to look into. Okay? Similar in case of transportation companies. What are the payables? Driver will be a employee. Huh? Fuel, okay. Repairs and maintenance, we don't deduct. Somebody said, I didn't hear that. Exactly. I've seen a company which was running around 400 lorries, right? But 350 was from outside only. So any amount payable see, as a banker, what we think is, if it's a sundry creditor, any amount paid for to be paid for the purpose of purchase, only that is considered as a sundry creditor. This is our mind, the general thinking, like as far as the bankers are concerned. So in case of certain companies, certain types of creditors are there. So in case of a transportation company, any amount payable to other transportation companies from where lorries have been hired. Okay, I don't know. No, you have a transportation company. I have given I got 5 lorries, I have given it to you. You mean to say that you will pay me in advance? No, forget about the driver. I'm not talking about the driver. அப்படியா தெரியல நான் பார்த்த கம்பெனியில் இல்லை கிரெடிட்டாரில் இருந்தது நிறைய அது the company which I saw, huge money was payable to the transporters from whom the lorries were hired. Then security service company, you got security companies, no? Many security companies. What do you consider as a centric creditor there? But nobody does it. No, not contract, their own employees. They call it is a salary payable. Why do you deduct that from, why do you consider it as a centric creditor and deduct that? I tell them like, you pay him 8,000 rupees. So based on this, you are raising a bill for 10,000. So this 8,000 has to be reduced. Though it is a salary payable, in this particular company, this is a creditor. You will have to reduce that. Correct or not? No, yeah, tell me. இதுதான் வேணும் எனக்கு, இதுதான் வேணும், please. Yes. Any reply for that? I'll also reply. Okay, this is our answer. Any other answer? Reply to that gentleman there. December month, okay, we'll consider the month of December. So, the salary is paid in the month of 7th of January, correct? So, I raise a bill again in the month of January on my customers. I've got a security company. So, the December month, it will be payable as of 31st December, it is payable. Okay, whether it's 10 crores or 20 crores, it is payable, right? At the end of December, I raise a bill on my customer. As on 31st of December, I raise a bill on my customer, right? So, I'll have to receive 25 crores. I'll have to pay 20 crores, I'll have to receive 25 crores. If I consider only 25 crores as my receivable and do not deduct this 20 crores, what will happen? Correct, no? Right, no? No, Yeah, I'll reply that. See, he says, 7th, I'm making payment to the security guard, right? Whereas, I may receive after 30 days. Right, when I make payment, I get the finance from the bank. For making payment, I get, see, when I make payment, my creditors become zero, no? I'm eligible there. When I don't, yeah, tell me. If it is paid on 31st December, then there is no creditor at all, no? The creditor is not there. That is what, so I will not deduct. See, unless any salary payable is there, I'm not going to deduct at all. Yes, that is what I'm trying to tell you. Outstanding is there, so I'll have to deduct that. That is all. If it is paid on 31st, there is no creditor at all. No question of, discussion on that, no? Like, there is no creditor, yeah. Correct. Correct, sir. 7th, you pay பண்ணும்போது get the money from bank. நம்ம டிபி போடுறது 31st டிசம்பருக்கு போடுறோம். 7th of January, you get the money from bank and pay. Nothing wrong in that. Because நீங்கள் அன்னைக்கு pay பண்ணீங்கன்னா, your finance goes up, your creditors comes down. So, your drawing power goes up, your banking finance also goes up. அதுதான் நான் சொல்றேன். 7th of, definitely bank is going to pay when you want to pay off your salary. So security company, since we calculate based on the last date of that month, and the monthly, if you're going to, if you're not going to consider that as a creditor, 25 crores plus 75% comes to around 18 crores or whatever it is. 18 crores, if you're going to enjoy that, 7th you pay பண்ணீங்க. Already you have enjoyed 18 crores. On the date of 7th, how will you make payment to your security cards? So month end, definitely it will be a creditor. 7th, when you make payment, collect Get the money from bank and make payment. Nothing wrong with that. Because as on that date, creditors will become zero. How many times? இல்லை சார் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக இது ப்ராக்டிஸில் 7th அன்னைக்கு பே பண்ணும்போது பேங்க்கில் கொடுத்துருவாங்க சார். டிபி மாதிரி 31st டிசம்பருக்கு I'll tell you. The limit is 20 crores. Okay. My receivable is 25 crores there. Then I'll have to pay 20 crores to my security guard, right? As of 31st December, my receivable is 25. This is 20. So, if I'm going to calculate DP only on that 25, my DP will be around 18-19 crores, 75% of it. So I've availed already 19 crores, I've used it. I don't have any money with me, right? It is there. 7th, I'll have to make payment. Therefore, I will get the money. I've already used 19 crores. I'll have to pay 22 crores on 7th. How will I make payment? Correct, no, sir? Correct, sir? எது சார் அப்போ வந்துருச்சுன்னா அந்த டேட்டாஸ் ஒன்றும் குறைஞ்சிருமே. அந்த 25 crores 7 daysல வந்துருச்சு. டே டு டே பேசிஸே இல்லை சார். இல்லை சார், டே டு டே பேஸ் இல்லை. ஒன் செகண்ட் இல்லை ஒன் செகண்ட் இல்லை சார். இல்லை, the bank should make payment to the company only at the time of paying salary. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கக்கூடாதுன்ற நான் அவ்வளோதான். இருக்கு, இல்லைன்னு சொல்ல. அது கரெக்டு. Okay, again the retention money payable will be there. So that has to be considered as a creditor. And if you have creditors for more than a year, that is also a sign of some problem there. What could be the reasons the creditors are lying there for more than a year? Fake bill, number one. Dispute. Right. So goods return stockல குறைஞ்சிருக்கணும். அப்போ ரிட்டர்ன் ஆச்சுன்னா என்ட்ரி வந்திருக்கும். அப்போ ஸோ creditors would have come down. No, I didn't get you. So many reasons you all said, like one is that fake bill. Yes, sir. அது கிரெடிட்டரே கிடையாது. அது அதுதான் ஸ்டாக்காகவே வச்சுட்டு இருப்பாங்க. அதுதான் அது ஒரு பாயிண்ட் இருக்குது. ஸ்டாக் they'll be showing it as a stock permanently so that உங்களுக்கு டிபி நிறைய வரும்ன்றதுக்காக they'll be showing it as a stock permanently. இவனுக்கும் பே பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. அந்த கிரெடிட்டர்ஸ் sometimes they may not show, many times they don't show. So but there could be some problem. அந்த மாதிரி ஏதாவது இருந்ததுன்னா just get into that little. இதெல்லாம் all subject to the 8 days which is available as far as this particular audit is concerned. அது இருக்கு, கேஷ்லையும் கொடுத்துருப்பாங்க. இந்த இடத்துல அப்படியே இருக்கும், கேஷ் ஜென்ரேட் ஆனது இருக்கு. கரெக்ட். So the advances from customers, one is that advance normal receipt. Then the security deposit, we discuss about the dealership company, no? They receive FMCG companies, they receive security deposits from their customers. So that has to be considered as a creditor because to that extent, they have got money with them, they have got funds with them. So bankers need not finance them to that extent. Then mobilization advance, in case of contractors like, for example, if Tata Projects is a company and they have their own subcontractors, they pay mobilization advance to the subcontractors. So to that extent, these subcontractors will have money received from Tata Projects. So that has to be considered as a creditor. Every time they raise a bill, 10% of that mobilization advance will be adjusted there. So till that time, that mobilization advance will be there. So the extra additional fund which they have received from their customer, it's again a sort of advance from customer. That has to be considered as a creditor so that we avoid double financing. Then chit amount received. This happens in jewelry companies, any jewelry, like whether it's GRT or LKS or whoever it is, they collect chits. Either whatever the money which they have collected, that will be reduced from the stock value. This is considered as a creditor. Only the jewelry company I have seen, they are showing this figure as a creditor. Chit funds amount, chit amount which they have received, they are showing it as a creditor. Advances paid, some other companies, they have considered this as a receivable and they have claimed drawing power. Unless it is specifically stated, because their argument would be, when you are considering advance received from customers as creditors, why not you consider this advance to the suppliers as receivable or as an advance, as sort of stock? This would be their argument. But unless it is specifically stated in the sanction letter, we should not consider advance paid for the purpose of drawing power. Because in one of the companies, it's a steel manufacturing company, there was an advance of around 220 crores. Okay. So, that they were including in the stock statement on a monthly basis. I was given concurrent audit of that company. Now we have the ASM, which is quarterly. 10 years before, there was no ASM or something like that. I was given a concurrent audit. So, on a monthly basis, I had to give report about that company. So, whenever they find some problem in the company, they give that concurrent audit. I was given that, so I identified that. When I went into the individual accounts there, they were paying advance. 2 months later, they received back the advance. But most of them, there's nothing like advance paid for receipt of material. It was just advances paid to them. 2-3 months later, they have received back the money. So, we cannot consider this for the drawing power then, isn't it? Yeah, it actual maybe it's a loan given to those companies. Interest was not accounted here because in that case they cannot show it as an advance. Interest might have gone to the promoter. I do not know what has happened there. So in that case, so for that reason we are not supposed to consider advance paid to the supplier or whoever it is for the purpose of drawing power. But if it is specifically stated in some company, in some industries, we will have to give advance and get the material, no other go. So in such case, the bankers themselves would have stated in the sanction letter that to this extent, advance to the suppliers can be considered for drawing power. If it is stated so, we can consider, otherwise we should not. Business prudence, இதெல்லாம் stock audit தான் தேவைப்படும் நினைக்கிறேன், இந்த ஆடிட்டுக்கு தேவைப்படும் தெரியல எனக்கு. As I said, the jeweler, I told you, 70% of the stock was said to have been available with their job workers, which was incorrect. Like there was no stock like that. On the top of it, 12 crores worth of gold was available with their job worker for 6 months, whereas they should have received the jewelry within 15 days or something like that. For 6 months, it was available there with them. After 6 months, they sent, as per the books of accounts, they have sent another 6 crores worth of gold to them, which is ridiculous, and that is what business prudence is called. But when I ask for a confirmation, that person gives a confirmation, yes, I hold so much of stock on behalf of this jeweler. Any confirmation you ask, they'll get you. But we cannot accept that. That is where the question of business prudence, nobody would allow so much of gold to be lying with the job worker for such a long time. So that should not be considered for drawing power. Okay. And one more, that power generation company, it was like, they were, tell me, sir. Physically, if I go to a job worker, I am a jeweler, he is a jeweler, she is a jeweler, right? All our stocks will be available with him. You go there, auditing my company, he will say, this is Yuvaraj's company, gold. If you are going to audit on behalf of his company, they will say that is his gold. How will you identify? Physically verifying the gold available with the job worker, absolutely impossible. Everybody's gold will be there, no? Yes. How do I differentiate this bullion and this is mine and this is this or this is hers? And they would have made jewelry. I do not know whether this jewelry belongs to me or they have made it for me or for him or for her, no. No way to identify. No way to identify. அதுதான் சொல்றது. You within 15 days you'll have to receive it back. And the 15 days can நிறைய காமிச்சாங்கன்னா it is again difficult. I don't say. And then as I said, in the manipulation they don't think so much and do the manipulation. Straight away. In the case பாருங்களேன், for 6 months it was available. 12 crores of worth of gold was available with that job worker, said to be available for 6 months. Why should they give another 6 crores? Why should they send another 6 crores worth of gold to them? Which they are supposed to have received within 15 days. Unless it is antique, 30 days, 40 days ஆகும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Other things, normal jewelry takes 7 days, 14 days, that's all, nothing more than that. So that is where the question of business prudence comes in. No business person would have allowed so much of gold to be available with them. Give a report, simple, that is all. That is enough. It is up to them. You just give a report. This is not, a business prudent person will not do this. This cannot be accepted. See, when 12 crores worth of gold is available with them for 6 months, why should they give another 6 crores? You just state all those points. That is enough. So we are not here to change the world or something like that. At least we have to save our skin, no? So that nobody questions us. சில ஸ்டாக் ஆடிட்லாம் சிபிஐக்கு போகும், SFIOக்கு போகும். If anybody is doing stock audit, please do not consider it's an ordinary work, right? I was called by CBI for 6 times. I had gone to SFIO once. Sometimes the way they question you, the problem is they do not know many things there. See, to convince a person who doesn't understand is it's almost impossible. Very difficult and impossible. So risky. Stock audit is not an ordinary job. Many people take it very lightly. It's a serious job, stock audit. Though the fees, some of the bankers 20,000, 15,000 pay பண்றாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன் இப்போ. Not worth it at all. Very risky, I'm telling you. So ordinary இதில் கிடையாது அதில். So wherever possible, முடிஞ்ச லெவலுக்கு நம்ம ரிப்போர்ட் அங்கே கொடுத்துடணும். Another problem is the banker will come and request you. Sir, நல்ல கம்பெனி சார். இல்லை சார், அது ஏதோ ஒரு ரீசன் சொல்லுவாங்க. Please do not yield to that. அவன் அடுத்த ஆடிட் தரல, நமக்கு கவலை கிடையாது. Please do not yield to that, because tomorrow when you are questioned, it will not be possible for you to reply to them or answer them. Unnecessary for us. Like the power generation company, ஒரு 180 crore worth of coal was available in the harbor. It is lying there for 11 months. Normal stevedore, they receive the goods, unload, then they dispatch the goods normally within 15 days or 20 days. The maximum will be 45 days, because that is where they earn the money. Stevedoring, unloading, which is save pandradlam, they earn the money. It was lying there for 11 months. They say it is available there. You harbor lo ponina, you said no. Physically you can verify. Harbor lo ponina, full of it will be coal. You do not know whose coal is it. Annike and our placard by the company, this belongs to this company. Simple. Next day another placard will be there. How will you identify that this is your stock? Again, there's the question of business prudence comes in there. They have got one more generation company within 15 kilometers. They would have given the stock to them. Why they didn't give it, or they could have sold it. They didn't do that. அவ்வளோதான் நம்மளால் பண்ண முடியும். இந்த ரிப்போர்ட், they could have done this, they could have done this, they could have done this. That is all. They didn't do that. So it is risky. That is all. Our skin is safe. The stevedore's GM, he is a chartered accountant. He gave me a certificate in the letterhead, stating that so much of 6 lakh tons of some coal, it was worth around 180 crores or something like that. CBI irukku case. 180 crores worth and soltu, he has given me a certificate. So certificate vaangradala periya vishayame kedadu. Adhaadu the client didn't get it. I was there. He got it typed in the system and signed and gave it to me. அப்படி இருந்தாலும் they question us. So அந்த மாதிரி, even though the documents, when you have a certain, as per the books, the stock is there. Physically stock is available. A confirmation is available. What else you need? Nothing. But that doesn't absolve our liability. Nobody would believe that, no? If you say that, we accept that. So we'll have to report that also. That is where the question of business prudence comes. Many cases, though the documents will be perfect, business prudence principle, if you're going to accept that, you can say that it is not available. I don't mind staying here. Is there a problem for you? No? We can continue? ஒருத்தர் தான் சொல்றாங்கயா, எனக்கே டவுட் வருது. Okay, the WIP stock, I said, no, like I'll show you. I'll go a little faster. I mean, actually, there were around 8 or 9 processes. For want of space, I've just put it as 4 processes, right? Based on the production number of days, we can say that the WIP, what they have stated, is inflated or what. அஞ்சு மணிக்குள்ளே ஆர்டர் இருக்க மாட்டாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Last line பார்த்தீங்கன்னா cost of production as percentage of sale in the previous financial year is 65%. So in the basis, I have given you the number of days of production. The production cycle number of days I have given you that 65%. And the WIP stock right or தப்பா இதை வச்சு கண்டுபிடிச்சிடணும். Too many questions? Huh? 14, 31, 41, 64 days, right? 64 days totally, yes? Closing stock, finished goods. Huh? சார் நீங்கள் ஏதோ சொன்னீங்க, என்ன சொன்னீங்க? சம்படி எது WIP-யா? கரெக்ட் தான். அதில் ஒரு பர்சன்டேஜ் இருக்கு பாருங்க. இட் கேனாட் பி சேல் வேல்யூல டபுள் போட முடியாது. If the sale value is 140, the production cost, the material cost to the extent of WIP will be 65%. 65 எவ்வளோ வரும்? 90 வருமா? 84, அது ஒரு 7, 91. So 91 பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 2 monthsக்கு it should be only 180. 182, 185 தான் இருக்கணும். Correct, you are right. But only thing is you have to apply that 65% also. Straight as sales, you are right. Sales straight போட முடியாது. Understood that? I'll show it here. See, the sale is 140, right? It is almost 140, 150, something like that. So consider the sale is 140. 65% of the sale value is the cost of production, which means it comes to how much we said? 91, is it? 91. So 91 will be the cost of production for 1 month. The process period is 64 days. 14 plus 17 plus 18 plus 15, 64 days. So approximately 2 months. 91 means 2 months means it could be 182, whereas it is 346, which means it amounts to 114 days of production. Which is wrong, it cannot be. Just because we cannot physically verify WIP, people inflate or misuse this WIP to a great extent. But, எது சார்? Finished goods sometimes இருக்கலாம். கரெக்ட் தான், நான் இல்லைன்னு சொல்ல. மேபி அந்த ஃபிகர் கரெக்டாக போடுறது குறவா போடுறதா கேட்டிருக்க மாட்டேங்க. கரெக்ட் தான், இல்லைன்னு சொல்ல. 3 months ஸ்டாக், 4 months ஸ்டாக் மாதிரி இருக்கு. நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் போகும்போது அதை குறைச்சிடுறேன் நான். இல்லை WIP ஃபினிஷ் குட்ஸ் என்ன வேணாலும் இருக்குது சார். WIP cannot be this figure. ஃபினிஷ் குட்ஸ் 420 இருந்தாலும் 240 இருந்தாலும் எப்படி இருந்தாலும் WIP cannot be to that extent, right? 346. So either which path we can tell them at least, no, you have stated 114 days production, whereas the production process is only 64 days. It could be approximately 180. I will not consider 346. I'll consider only 180 for the purpose of drawing power as far as WAP is concerned. Huh? So, they may not accept. That's a different thing. But at least you just give it in your report. Like, according to this, the WAP could be around 180 only. It cannot be 346. It is inflated. That is all. Then, apurma paathukanum. So, this is how we can identify if there is a inflation. Definitely, you can take it for granted. WAP figure would have been inflated. And understatement of sundry creditors, inflation of WAP. These are the two major things in case of companies, who manipulate things like. Sorry, the last case study as far as either cash credit is concerned. அதுக்கப்புறம் crop loan hardly 10 minutes அதுக்கு மேலே எனக்கும் அதுக்கு மேலே பேச தெரியாது crop loan. So this is the stock summary. I have given you the figure of 4 months. Opening, receipt, issue, closing of raw material, WAP and finished goods. In the statement which you can identify, there is a problem with that, there is an inflation. Match agleya? You are tappa pota. Sorry, it will be 110. Figure it is tappa. Correct. 110. Love it. It's a blessing in disguise. I made a mistake. At least everybody is. I'm happy that everybody is listening or attentive. நான் மாத்திடுறேன் next time. அது ஒன்று இது ஒன்று ரெண்டும் மாத்திடுறேன். முதல்ல ஒரு ஸ்லைட் நான் காமிச்சேன், லைக் WAP whether it's commensurate with the raw material and finished goods. Again I'm telling you, the problem is in WAP இருக்கும், இதில் வேறு எதுலேயும் இருக்குது ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குது. This is how they inflate. Like இங்கே இருக்க க்ளோசிங் ஸ்டாக் அவ்வளோ க்ளோசிங் ஸ்டாக் கிடையாது டெஃபினட்டாக. They have inflated it. அது எப்படி, how do you identify that they have inflated? ஃபினிஷ் குட்ஸ்க்கா? சரி, அது இல்லை, அது ஓகே, அது பிரச்சனை இல்லை, அதை நான் பார்க்கல. இந்த ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் வரைக்கும் பார்த்துருக்கேன். ஓகே ஃபைன், ரைட். அது அடுத்தது இந்த ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்டில் ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு. எந்த மாதம் சார்? நவம்பரா? 180 issues WAP, 200 receipt. 20 rupees, and the additional overhead could be around 10%. புரியல. இல்லை, 180 வந்து 200 ஆயிருக்கு சார். ஸோ 20 rupees extra, which means 10% additional overhead. The finished WAP length, when it becomes finished goods, 10% additional overhead நான் ஆட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். 198 பதிலாக 200 போட்டு அப்படியே கண்டினியூ பண்ணுங்களேன் கொஞ்சம். கரெக்ட், அதுதான். அப்படியே ஒரு 2 மாதம் கண்டினியூ பண்ண தெரியும் ப்ராப்ளம். சரி, 180 has become 200, 20 extra, which is approximately 10% of 180. Next month 200 becomes 220, 10%. அதுக்கு அடுத்த மாதம் 180 becomes 40 extra, 25%. எப்படி வரும்? அங்கே தான் ப்ராப்ளம். ஸோ எப்போ அவங்க இன்ஃப்ளேட் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறாங்களோ, they have inflated it there in the receipt of finished goods. அதே மாதிரி WAPலையும் ரிசீவ் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா மேலே 160 ஃபர்ஸ்ட் மந்த் இஷ்யூ ரா மெட்டீரியல், 170 15 அப்ராக்சிமேட்லி 9% or 10%. அடுத்ததில் 180 to 220, அது 10%, கொஞ்சம் ஓகே. அதுக்கப்புறம் 165 to 200, 35 extra, which means 22% or something like that. புரியுதா? everybody could understand. இல்லை கேட்டிங்கன்னா நான் சொல்லுவேன் ஏதாவது. இதில் போடல நினைக்கிறேன். So, we are comparing issue of raw material with receipt of WIP. Similarly, we are comparing issue of WIP with receipt of finished goods. Issue of raw material has to come as WIP, isn't it? Similarly, issue of WIP has to come as finished goods. So that is what we are comparing. While comparing, in earlier months it was 110% of the issue. The receipt is around 110% of the issue. The third and fourth month it has become 120 or 125%. It cannot be, which means they have inflated the receipts there. So on the stock statement, again and again I am telling you, everything will be available in the stock statement and the audited balance sheet. These two documents are more than enough to identify where the problem is. Then to quantify it, you will have to go there, verify all that. Prove or quantify. This is fine, okay? This evaluation of stock, nothing special. This is nothing. Crop loans. If there is an expert in this audience, please let me also know. We have got two crop loans. One is short term, the other one is long term. So long loans are anything which is beyond 12 months, and anything which is not a long term is called short term crop loan. The NPA, if the payment is not made within the, as far as the short term crop loan, if the payment is not made within the next two crop seasons, if the repayment is not made, it is considered as a substandard asset. Similarly, in case of long term, if the amount is not, the loan amount is not repaid within the next one season, one long term season, it will be considered as a substandard asset. Normal, in case of short term crop loans, the period of the harvest between the date of sowing and the harvesting, it is around 4 months or something like that in terms of, in case of short term crop loans. Then for marketing it, it takes another 3-4 months. So totally it's around 6 months or something like that. But Reserve Bank has specifically stated, considered 12 months for short term, totally harvesting, sowing, harvesting, marketing, everything put together. They have considered it as 12 months as far as the short term crop loan is concerned. As far as the long term crop loan is concerned, it is considered as 18 months. So which means two crop seasons in case of short term, it means 24 months. Originally it is 12 months plus 24, so 36 months. At the end of the third year, it becomes an NPA if it is not paid. In case of long term, the first original season is 18 months. Subsequent one season is again 18 months. So 18 plus 18 again 36. Both in the case of short term as well as long term, from the date of advance paid or the disbursal, within 36 months if it has to be received. If it is not received within 36 months, it will be considered as substandard. Idhula 90 days kade, 90 lang, idhula 90 lang, crop seasons, so 2 seasons. எனக்கு ஒரே டவுட் என்னன்னா, in case of short term crop loans, you got 2 seasons. One they call as Kharif, தமிழ்ல குறுவை சொல்றோம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். தமிழ்நாடு it is குறுவை or Kharif. The other one is Rabi. Kharif and it starts in the month of, sowing starts in the month of June or July. As far as Rabi is concerned, the sowing starts in the month of October or something like that. But they say 2 crop seasons. Okay. First 12 months is gone. The next crop season, the next 2 crop seasons, first one could be Kharif. But if they consider the Rabi as the second crop season, hope I'm clear, I don't know. See, January, for example, January 23 they have disbursed the loan, right? Or June 23 they have disbursed the loan, short-term crop loan. Then by June 24, the 12 months as far as the Reserve Bank is concerned, 12 months is over. That is the season. Then subsequent 2 seasons, from June 24 to, whether we will have to consider up to June 25, one season. But 2 seasons means the next one comes within 6 months. The Rabi comes within 6 months of a Kharif. Okay. Right. அதுதான் they said 2 crop seasons, they never said 2 Rabi or 2 Kharif. அந்த மாதிரி ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா இல்ல, பட் 2 years before ஒரு கனரா பேங்க்ல ஒரு illustration கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. There they have clearly stated at the end of the 36th month it becomes NPA. So அதை பேஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா 3 years. அது புரியுது நான் இல்லைன்னு சொல்ல. இல்ல எனக்கு அந்த கனரா பேங்க்ல they have given an illustration, they have clearly stated at the end of the 36th month it becomes NPA. Simple. So 23rd June 23 கொடுத்திருந்தாங்கன்னா by June 26 it becomes NPA. That is all. So 3 years. அதான் அந்த ஒரு சீசன் 12 months சொல்றாங்கதுனால, ஒரு சீசன் 12 monthsன்றதுனால again the second season திருப்பி it starts with Kharif only, again Juneல start ஆகி, so we can take it as 3 years. If it is outstanding for more than 3 years, it becomes an NPA as far as the crop loans are concerned. Over the last 2 slides. Income recognition, it is special, nothing special in this. Any unrealized interest, it has to be reversed in case of a substandard, if it becomes a substandard asset. And advances with moratorium period, the interest debited during the moratorium period will not be reversed. That is considered as capitalized. For example, if the moratorium period ends in the month of September 25, okay, so April to, if the moratorium period is 6 months, they have given the loan on the 1st of April, so up to September 25, they would have charged interest, that is the interest during that moratorium period. Then the next 3 months, they have not paid. Okay, so the interest, any interest debited up to that moratorium period will not be reversed. Any interest debited after the moratorium period will be reversed if the interest has not been serviced. Am I clear or not? Any interest debited during the moratorium period, right? Normally interest, anything which is debited, if it is unrealized, we reverse it, correct? Whereas interest debited during the moratorium period will not be reversed. That is considered as a capitalized interest, not an interest. It is considered to be capitalized along with the loan. If the loan is 10 lakhs and the interest is around 50,000 or 60,000, 10.6 will become the loan amount. So further period, whatever interest which you debit, if that is not recovered, only that will be reversed. Okay? If anybody else know anything much better than this, I mean, as far as the crop loan is concerned, you can say. No, moratorium period, they debit interest. They'll debit interest. The loan account is 10 lakhs. 6 months they would have, for example, 10,000 each every month, right? For 6 months they would have charged 60,000. So the balance as on the 30th of September will be 10 lakh 60,000. Then the next quarter they charge 30 or 35,000 interest. That has not been paid in the last quarter. So the 35,000 debited between 1st October to 31st December, it will be reversed. Not the interest which was debited during that 6 months moratorium period. That is considered as capitalized one, that will not be reversed. Because they have not paid any interest. Yes, it will be shown as a, for provision purpose it will be considered, but interest will not be reversed. That 60,000 interest, it will not be reversed. It is an unrealized interest only, but still it will not be reversed. That is what I am trying to say. In case of fees commission, this doesn't happen like, the BG is invoked, whatever commission which you have debited, unrealized. It will not be unrealized. Mostly they would have debited to current account or CC account already. It would have got realized those commissions. So this is an hypothetical one, it doesn't happen. In case of substandard asset, whatever money which you receive, based on the cash receipt, whatever money which you receive actually, to that extent it will be considered as interest. That is all. These are small examples, that is all. If one of the facilities is NPA, how other facilities in that bank has to be classified? Everybody would know, I think. How the other facilities, every facility will be treated as NPA, right? Okay. Okay, if I have one of my account, my cash credit account is an NPA, I have taken a loan against term deposit, fixed deposit. Will that be considered as an NPA? Any other answer? My cash credit account, I am a borrower with the bank. I have got a cash credit account. It has become NPA. I have got another account. That is a loan I have taken against my fixed deposit with the bank. According to the first point, every other facility will become NPA. Will this also will be shown as NPA? Any other answer? Okay. Any other answer? Any other answer? So you two say that it will be considered as an NPA. Any other answer? Only other answer could be no, that is all. Please. No. Will the loan against fixed deposit be considered as NPA or not? Of the same borrower only. I am the borrower. I have got CC, which is NPA. I have got loan against deposit. Who is right? He or he? Who is right? Huh? Demand loan is not? No, that's not a demand loan. Loan against fixed deposit. Many demand loans are there now. Fixed loan against fixed deposit. It will not be considered as NPA. Specifically, they have said that loan against deposits, NSCs, Kisan what is that? Kisan Vikas Patra, and then LIC, provided the margin is there. Provided generally margin will be there. Okay. So all these will not be considered as NPA, though my other facilities have become NPA. These will not become NPA. And in case, again, if one of the facilities is NPA, where the central government guaranteed loan to be classified as substandard. Yeah, tell me. Yeah, tell me that. Correct. Okay. So, according to you, okay. I'll tell you. LIC surrender value in the year of 2024, when I have taken, for example, I'm assuming it is 10 lakhs, right? Now the surrender value will be more. So the margin is more there as far as the bankers are concerned. Margin is more. I mean, the security has gone up now, correct? If he has not paid the premium, then it will not be considered. No. If he has not paid the premium, he will not get it. So, Adina specifically they have said that provided the margin is available, that has to be seen. Provided the margin is available, they should not be considered as NPA accounts. Solra right, LIC la matram so ivar solra point ninga solra point சேர்த்து பார்த்தனா, if he has not paid the premium adukaprom, it will be a problem. Yes, appo that's what, if the margin is, in that case the margin will not be there. So appo adu ella lapse aayirkalam. In that case, it will be treated as an NPA. So provided the margin is there, it will not be treated as NPA. Generally, in the fixed deposit, number and the model mood one, you will have that margin. It will not be treated as NPA. LIC on the margin, it cannot be treated as NPA at all. According to him, like after that, he has not paid anything, any premium at all. What happens? It gets lapsed. Lapse achina enna aguntilla. Lapse achina, what is the money which I get from LIC? I get the surrender value, no? அப்போ கூட மார்ஜின் இருக்குமே அப்போ. அது ஓகே. இல்லை சார் 5 years கட்டிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் நான் கட்டல. ஸோ ஐ கெட் த சரண்டர் வேல்யூ நோ. அப்போ தென் okay sir, central government guaranteed loan, it is a standard asset only. Okay, if it's a state government guaranteed loan, no means what? சாதாரண ஸ்டேட் ரொம்ப அசிங்கப்படுத்துறீங்க. அது என்பிஏன்னு சொல்லி விட்டுருவோம் நம்ம, அவ்வளோதான். இஃப் இட்ஸ் அ ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட் கேரண்டீட் loan, that will also be considered as NPA if my other facility is NPA. Only the central government guaranteed loan will not be considered as NPA. I don't know the reason behind that. அதான் அதில் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக அதில் இருக்கும். அது இருந்ததுன்னா தான் சொல்கிறோம். சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் கேரண்டீட் ஸ்கீம் வச்சு தான் பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் லோன் கொடுக்குறோம். I don't know the logic behind that, why state government is not considered as, I don't know. But that is there. If it's a state government guaranteed loan, that will be considered as a substandard asset, provided my any of other facility is a substandard, right? Then loans advanced to PACS, like that is Primary Agricultural Credit Society or Farmers Service Society or something like that. These two are there. So what do they do is, it's something like NBFC. They take loan from the bank. They give it to many farmers there. Okay, their own members. So, அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு different, they take 3 different loans. These 3 different loans will be disbursed to 3 different groups. So, if one group doesn't pay and if that loan becomes an NPA, other 2 loans do not become NPA. Got it? 5 different loans have been taken by the Primary Agricultural Credit Society or Farmer Service Society. 5 different loans they have taken. And each loan was distributed to their own different members. If one loan has become NPA because of non-payment of that group, so the PACS could not pay to the bank, so this particular loan becomes an NPA. One loan becomes NPA. The other 4 loans do not become NPA. Okay, these are all some sort of exceptions like. So there is a logic behind that. So these are the 5 different groups are there. 4 groups have been paying, it has been repaid. One group has not paid, that is all. So that those 4 groups loan will not become NPA. One of the facilities is NPA again, whether the jewel loan is treated as NPA. It is NPA. Even though the security may be there, it is considered as an NPA only. Again, if I have taken a loan in one particular branch, this has become NPA, I have taken another loan from another branch, that will also be an NPA because based on the PAN number and the customer identification number, the system itself automatically gives us. Yeah. No. I'll tell you. Yeah. No. No, sir. No. It is not. No, I'll tell you. Correct, sir. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச லாஜிக் நான் சொல்கிறேன். ஓகேவா, ஒரு பேங்க் 10 crores, another bank 5 crores limit. ஓகேவா, ஸோ 15 crores I should have the DP. I have a DP for 13 crores. ஓகே, ஸோ அப்போ இதுக்கு 9 வரும், இதுக்கு 4 வரும் DP. ஓகே, 4 crores, my outstanding is only 2 crores there. I've been servicing interest. There are credits in the last 90 days. Everything. இல்லை சார் கிடையாது. It is not an NPA. Please, yeah. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் சொல்கிறேன், if one bank considers an account as NPA in the what you call the consortium, the other bank need not consider it as an NPA, provided there is a DP there. சார் என் ஃபோன் நம்பர் கொடுக்குற தயவுசெஞ்சு இட் இஸ் யூஸ்ஃபுல் ஃபார் மீ ஆல்சோ. ஏன்னா எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சதான் நான் சொல்கிறேன். நான் அகெயின் ஐம் டெல்லிங் யூ, வாட் எவர் ஐ சே டசன்ட் மீன் இட் இஸ் ஃபைனல், ரைட்? எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சதை நான் சொல்கிறேன், அவ்வளோதான். நம்பர் இருக்கும், தயவுசெஞ்சு சொல்லுங்கள். எனக்கு தப்பு, எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் த அதர் பேங்க் நீட் நாட். அதான் கரெக்டு. இல்லை சார். ஏன்னா சார் இங்கே எனக்கு அவுட்ஸ்டாண்டிங் மை லிமிட் மை டிராயிங் பவர் இஸ் 4 year 9 year. அது இல்லை எனக்கு தட்ஸோட புரியுது, இல்லைன்னு சொல்லு. அது ப்ரொபோர்ஷனேட்டாக போகும். ப்ரொபோர்ஷனேட்டாக பேஸ்ட் ஆன் த லிமிட் ப்ரொபோர்ஷனேட்டாக போகும். இல்லை ஓகே. சார் அப்புறம் தான் ஃபைனல் இது வந்துடுச்சு. ஐ மீன் as I said 30th or 31st you all may receive the appointment letters. Immediately talk to the branch manager and ask for these documents. First thing நம்ம கேட்கறது என்ன, branch manager கிட்ட அதுக்கு முன்னாடி உனக்கு கேட்பேன், நான் கேட்டிருக்கேன் அட்வான்ஸ் அட்வான்ஸ் எவ்வளோன்னு முதல்ல கேட்பேன், எவ்வளோ ஃபீஸ் வருன்றதுக்காக. ஓகேவா? அது கூட இதெல்லாம் கேட்டுட்டோன்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும். ஐ அக்செப்ட், ஐ ஹவ் ஆஸ்க் ஃபார். என்ன ஒரு கியூரியாசிட்டி தெரிஞ்சுக்கிறதுக்கு. ஐயோ நான் ஒத்துக்கிறேன், நான் பணத்துக்கு நான் கேட்டேன். ஒரு கியூரியாசிட்டி, அவ்வளோதான். வாட் இஸ் த ஃபீஸ் விச் ஐ வுட் கெட்? ஐ அக்செப்ட். ஸோ தீஸ் ஆர் த டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ் விச் யூ ஆர் சப்போஸ் டு ஆஸ்க் them. So by the time you go there, second turning போகிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி all this should be kept ready. ஏன்னா நம்ம போயிட்டு then if you're going to ask them, they give it on 3rd or 4th. டெஃபினட்டாக டைம் பத்தாது. என்ன சொன்னாலும் நிறைய ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ் இருக்குது ஸ்டாச்சுட்டரி ஆடிட்டில், பிகாஸ் த டைம் விச் வர் கிவன் இஸ் வெரி 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 லெஸ். பின்னாடி ஃபோன் வந்துட்டே இருக்கும். ஒரு எம்ஓசி போட்டான்னா so many phone calls will be there. AGM, as I said, AGM will come, DGM will come, they'll try to convince you, என்னென்னோ பண்ணி பார்ப்பாங்க. So the time limit is very very less. So it's better we plan what we are supposed to do there, and who is supposed to, from our office, who is supposed to do what work, and what are the documents which are required for that. Before we reach the branch on 2nd or whatever it is, all these documents should be kept ready there. One is that previous statutory audit report, content audit of last 3 months or whatever, it's up to you. Then inspection audit report, stock audit, ASM reports, monthly stock statements, March 25 to February, audited financials, insurance policy. Somebody was telling, you are telling, sir, insurance policy. So that we are asking. Then the list of advances made during that year. So based on எவ்வளோ advances கொடுத்து for verifying the documents also. They say that இந்த ஒரு bunch of documents கொடுத்துட்டு இதுதான் லோன்ஸ்ன்னு சொன்னாங்கன்னா, we should know what are the documents, what are the loans they have advanced. So all those documents we'll have to verify. At least these basic things we'll have to ask them. I mean, before we reach there, so that if everything is ready there, within that 8 days or whatever it is, we could do a justifiable work, definitely. A professional work we can do. So this is what is I wanted to discuss with you. Hope I'm clear. I do not know எவ்வளோ கரெக்டாக சொன்னேன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல. I mean, கன்வின்சிங்காக எவ்வளோ சொன்னேன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல. You will have to tell me. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, thank you so much for such an enlightening session, sir. Especially after a post-lunch session, it was very interactive and very lively.
Post-lunch sessionல 2 வசதி இருக்கு.
Yeah.
ஒன்று, you will not be fresh and you will not ask me so many questions. அது ஒரு இது இருக்கு. பட் நெகட்டிவ் பாயிண்ட் இஸ் தூக்கம் வரும் கொஞ்சம். பட் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் அந்த கேஸ் ஸ்டடிஸ்ன்னு போயிட்டோன்னா people will not sleep here. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சது.
Thank you, sir. No, sir. Your insights and experience definitely added a lot of information and guidance to us. Thank you so much, sir.